Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Zim, and this is Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, episode 35, The How of Where. This is, one of our Pathfinder
Hello,
tabletop
Commander.
RPG. Oh,
In response
jeez,
to your
Key.
request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We are forever in your debt.
Thank you so much, Key. Thank you for those gift subs. I really appreciate it. Yeah, as is usual with this particular campaign, everybody does their own intros. So we'll be back with them, and we'll jump back with them, and we'll get started with introductions momentarily. Thank you again for that support, Key, and Vari, and Ido, and everybody else.
But I do
I am back.
really appreciate you all. Welcome back. And let's see what emote that we get from Zemstream. Oh, still
Unmuting
going.
Discord would be a thing that I should do.
Probably. It's intros before recap. So, since we're all here, welcome to the table, everybody. My name is Drunk Dragonera, the purveyor of Twilight, the king of Twilight, among many other things. My brain broke. I got things, so I'm just going to pass it along. Zimgo today.
I am Zim, and I am playing as Paint, the sentient feral African wild dog. He is a kineticist entropist, and is slowly losing his ability to communicate.
Aww.
No. Off to Volt.
Hello, my name is Daneko Taigo. I am playing Dr. Gerhard Volt, the Magitech augmented human artificer. You couldn't tell from the name of Gerhard, he's German. Yeah, he's med-signed. Vari, do the thing.
I'm Vari, and I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician, Mask of the Whispering God, Kitsune. He's, kind of just, trying his best to do things around town, and things are happening. Gosh darn it. Viv, go.
Yes, hello, it is I, Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat, a cat shark ranger cleric. I bite things, I claw things, I exist to make everyone's life slightly worse. In various ways. I have made poor decisions and they have turned out fine, so we're going to keep making poor decisions in the future.
You think they
good.
or ended fine?
They ended fine for him.
So far.
So far, correct.
Pardon, I need to pause for a moment. Rose, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was good. Okay, go ahead.
Alright, now on to Kai.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carceros, also known as Key, and I play Last Lost, the Mortal Usher Paladin, who has been very slowly working on their anxiety, and it has not been helped with many of the events that has taken place recently, so he stress bought a house. And that's the reasoning I'm going to come up with.
Lol. Alright, and with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get to recap. Story time with Darren. Trauma Train. Choo choo.
This isn't Zim's session.
Am I not allowed to also drive a trauma train?
I'll think about it.
Right then. Last time was session 34, Blessings and Fervor. Day 2 of 60 arrives. In Last's apartment, he finds the calendar he acquired has ripped off its first day sheet, revealing the sheet for the second day, seeming to keep track of the days automatically. How useful and anxiety-inducing. Fred and Shoal go to visit Dr. Folt at the labs, treated to the secretary there paging Dr. Folt in the usual manner. The good doctor coming down and making commentary about how he only has one set of visitors ever. When they get a chance to chat with Folt, Fred telepathically suggests the doctor make something to detect metal, specifically lead. This is an intriguing thought for Folt, who muses that you would only find large quantities of that metal in places that you're trying to hide things in. Fred continues that he was going to look for a druid to help with this. Unfortunately, Volt is stuck on how antithetical lead is to detection magics. Chances are, whatever they tried to use would require some wide-ranging detection spell and taking note of the holes in it. But Fred is assured that druids can do much more, and is hoping to have one commune with nature, possibly to see what's pissing it off or some such. Volt notes that they're currently in the least druidy place in all of Twilight, so they would need to go elsewhere. Outside of that idea, Fred asks if there's anything he and Shoal could do to help Volt at the moment. At this time, Volt requests God's blood, if they had any he could borrow. Fred does a double take, but Volt explains that it's to try and detect the frequency of the real-time space, or at least something that can map Twilight's frequency. Raising a finger, then lowering it, Fred suggests going to the recallers for that, and maybe chat with Lost? Shrugging, Volt concurs with that, but is fairly certain someone, somewhere in the labs, likely has a hidden cache of some god's blood, because they think they know better than the recallers. Scientific pride and hubris and all that. When Fret offers to assist, Dr. Volt lightly brushes the offer aside. Better that Fret go on with his own druidic task, despite Shoal being a very effective weapon for intimidation. Before he leaves, Fret goes to the front desk to ask the security guard if there are any druids in the company's employ. The response is redacted, causing the kitsune to look like he's been slapped with a fish. Flabbergasted, Fret reiterates that he needs a druid. However, the guard reminds Fret that employee listings are classified for security purposes. Instead, he suggests going to Pleasant Meadows. Looking over to Shoal with an expression of mild terror, Fret would rather avoid getting near to Betty's living spaces. Shoal replies that he doesn't know anyone who lives there. Fret gives a thumbs up, continuing on with that excuse. Giving the guard the thumbs up, Fret and Shoal head over to the meadows. Lost and Paint ride out to the markets, acquiring tools necessary for him to forge his own ammunition. Second on his list of errands is to go check on the schematic translations at Volt's place of work. On the way, they run into Fret and Shoal as they're leaving the labs. The two groups briefly meet and chat on what Fret and Shoal were visiting Volt about, though the kitsune notices Paint's hyper-alert state, attempting to telepathically communicate with him. Strangely, the wild dog rejects the connection, forcing Fret to write on his chalkboard to ask if everything's okay. Paint nods far too quickly, revealing the lie outright. Looking to last, Fred telepaths to him that something is very wrong for Paint to refuse to communicate with him. Sighing, Lost states it's not that he's not worried for Paint, but he can't force Paint to talk to him. Setting down his chalkboard and some chalk, Fred attempts to get Paint to talk with the group, generally gesturing to the tools even as the pup stares at the fox. Shoal grumbles to Paint, saying he can't bite it if he can't know what it is. Taking the chalk, Paint draws out what he saw. A very familiar being of thread with its blade stuck through last chests drawn upon the chalkboard. Once everyone has had a chance to look at it, Fret erases the sketch with magic. Snatching back up his chalkboard, Fox hurriedly puts it away, Paint going back to looking around anxiously. Shoal notes they fought something like that before. Last attempts to assuage Paint's fears, telling him that whatever he saw happen isn't guaranteed to come to pass. Scooping up the wild dog, he does his best to soothe the poor canine's anxiety. After all, the smoke line has too much to exist for, too many to save to allow the Unravelers their way. Even so, Paint gives his stead a very worried look. The two groups eventually part ways. Volt barely gets to the elevators when he gets paged again. Coming back to the visitor area, Dr. Volt sarcastically asks if Fret forgot anything. Then he realizes that it is Last in Paint standing before him. Lost sarcastically replies that he didn't realize he was several feet shorter and more foxy looking. Shenaniganry aside, the Vapor Cat requests an update on the schematic translation situation. Apparently, it took him only 10 whole minutes. Surprised at the efficacy of his friend's translation prowess, Last then asks if Volt might share lab space with him if he needed it for ammo creation. Volt would have to ask his boss, but figures all it would take is the paladin saying something like rendering crossbows obsolete to make more and see seals. Before he goes to leave, Last tells Volt about the vision Paint had involving the Unraveler. While Lost is still confident they won't have to deal with that event, Volt asks him if he has a plan to deal with it if it comes up. At first, the paladin doesn't answer, drawing looks from both Volt and Paint. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he replies that he seems to recall briefly touching the Unraveler sword once before. Perhaps if he could withstand it long enough, he could use it against them. It could work, but there's no telling until one tries. At the least, Volt says, it's more of a plan than they had 5 minutes ago. With their business concluded, the trio part ways to resume their errands and work respectively. Off to the pleasant meadows, Fret and Shoal go, off in search of a druid. Writing, "I'm looking for a druid" on his chalkboard, Fret leaves that on there as he walks around. Easier than writing it out every time he wants to ask someone. Less than 3 feet into the meadows, and the pair run into a gentleman in loose clothing. The person seems very hippie, but says he's their guy, asking what druid he thinks he can offer them today. Fret, knowing exactly what he wants, asks for a casting of Signs of the Land. At first, the druid resists this request, asking why the heck the kitsune would want that. It's rude. Insistent, Fret wants to find an unnatural presence, which the hippie druid says would mess with the spell here in Twilight. Clarifying, Fret writes that he's looking for lead, which also confuses the somewhat out-of-it nature toker. Clarifying again, Fret writes out that he's looking for large cubic areas of lead in the city. Stating that reading is hard, the druid insists the kitsune get closer. Then butts heads with the fox to enact telepathy, saying that's easier. Which is fine by Fret, though he could wow, this word.
Telepathically.
Telepathize earlier if he'd intended to. Yes, that is what I wrote, telepathize. I'm making up words here. In any case, the druid says it's hard to detect lead once it's not an ore anymore. The lead in question is paint, so it's manufactured, which makes it kinda undetectable. The druid also asks to pet Fret's pet, thinking they look awesome. Shoal growls, but squints at being called awesome. Smirking, the kitsune uses Bonded Mind to say Shoal wants it to happen. Because it would be totally funny. Messaging back, Shoal asks what would be funny, biting him? To which Fret sends over a sense of agreement, then tells the druid he could try. Stumbling up to Shoal, the hippie crouches down and then, in a slow voice, asks if he could pet the cat shark. They are kinda awesome, dude. Shoal squints with an unknowable intensity. The druid laughs, saying the creature looks so angry, totally gonna bite him. And, true to form, Shoal bites the druid when the petting is attempted. It takes a good minute before the mushroom muncher registers the pain and asks Shoal to let him go. To his credit, the cat shark does let go. Slowly. Pulling out his sitar, Fret goes to heal the guy's wounds. Putting a pause on the healing briefly, the guy slaps his own hand to put ink in the wounds and then lets the healing happen. Makeshift sharkback tattoo. Kinda. And then more exclamations of pain. Shoal then slaps the greenbeard idiot with a paw, also healing him somewhat. Now that they get a chance to speak, Shoal asks the druid to cast the spell Fret asked for because they are looking to find a place painted in lead paint. The druid tells them he couldn't use Signs of the Land for that, but he could use Locate Object if they had a sample of the same paint. Both Fret and Shoal had been somewhere with such lead paint, so the cat shark asked if they could bring something that's been painted with the lead paint. Hippy Dippy says that could ping a lot of places, but the recallers have plenty of time. So, if they could bring a sample of dried paint, the moss-minded man could find all the locations with the same paint in it. Also, apparently Drug Boy is taking some sort of drug called Delay that delays the pain reaching the nerve centers of the brain. Not that Fred or Shoal want that.
I'm amused at how many different ways you have or names you have given this guy today.
I'm not even done.
Lol, you just got blue shelled.
Where was I? And then Shoal tells the druid about the new sea and the whimsical wharves. It has no animals or nature. Treebeard turns around and calls all his hippie druid friends to go to the sea and make nature happen. It's going to be a time with booze and a party. At least it won't be terribly hard to find. As the druid stumbles off with his buddies, Shoal turns to Fred and telepathically states he'd like to do a thing. With some amount of skepticism, Fred asks what the heck it is that Shoal wants. Shoal says he wants to go to the world mirror and invite someone to look at the new sea. Back with Paint and Lost, the Paladin does his best to get Paint to understand that the Unravelers cannot enter the realm of Twilight. With some reassuring about the safety of the domain, Last is able to convince Paint to use his time to take some classes and better himself. They have time as much as the canine whines and worries over his stat. Still, the quadruped reluctantly goes off to college to take some further classes. Today is a class about social constructs and hierarchies. If you want to hear more, watch last session because there's more that I didn't write down there.
I got up in a soapbox for half a second.
Meanwhile, Lost rides Canvas out to the bridge to meet with Erebane. No fancy tricks or hard riding this time. The bike is on power saving mode after all. Greeting the Unforgotten, the Paladin hands over the layman's terms version of the power cell schematics. Erebane seems confused, asking Lost why he didn't just say it was nuclear fission of a kind. Stumbling a bit, Last tries and fails to describe how the technology wasn't like that when he was alive, though there is one other thing he would like to ask of his patron. He asks for a blessing, and before he can even describe his request, Erebane just gives Fragment Not Found, all of its members, a basic blessing. Stammering and shocked at how easy that was, Lost admits he was intending to ask for Erebane's ability to walk through shadows. When Era asks what he should give everyone else, the River Cat tries to slow the dragon down, stating he doesn't know what they'd want, so they'll all have to go to the dragon on their own. With that in mind, Erebane shows his paladin how to travel through shadow, by pulling Last through shadows using his tail. Twice. This is strangely exciting for poor Lost, who gets teased by Erebane up till and even as he's leaving the bridge. Mistakes may have been made. No, mistakes are being made. At the world mirror, Shoal sits before it with Fret nearby and closes his eyes. He begins to hum a traditional sea shanty from his homeworld, as they would do in prayer to a certain brine dragon. As he does this, Shoal envisions his world as well as the ancient worm he prays to, inviting them to see the sea that the cat shark has created. In the rippling mirror, a great dragon, unlike any Fret has seen, appears upon its surface. Frills in place of spines, seafoam green scales, covered in scars, and massive beyond the size of any normal individual of her kind. The realm of this dragon god is bedecked in beautiful treasures and sea life on every surface of its great, cavernous expanse. A dazzling hoard befitting a deity of the deep oceans. Suddenly, the great worm's head snaps, seeing the point the mirror watches from. She begins to push through the world mirror, expanding it for her girth. Nose pressing to Shoal's and pushing him back, Fret skittering backward. The cat shark is pressed back up against a wall, placing a pressure upon the comparatively tiny quadruped. Her eyes narrow, and she rumbles discontent at being scried upon in her home, called upon by this little creature. Confused by the realm of twilight, she muses about sensing another dragon, and yet somehow this cat shark still pays homage to her. Humming to herself, the ancient brine worm commands Shoal to show her this other dragon's realm, to see if she should. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I don't know why I stumbled so hard.
To see if she should stumbles. Oh my.
See if she should kick his ass or not. Hang on, I'm going to
To
take
see if
a
she should sell seashells by the seashore.
Shortly.
I'm okay. Fret moves to follow as Shoal attempts to play tour guide and is plucked up by the goddess. She demands to know what this little thing is. Shoal states that Fret belongs to him. The brine dragon huffs, saying that Shoal could have picked cuter. Oh, sorry. Saying that Shoal could have picked cuter, offending the kitsune. Well, it
Her
takes little.
definition of cute is very skewed.
While it takes little convincing, the goddess seems to begrudgingly allow the presence of Fret on this tour. Fret attempts to talk telepathically, but is rejected outright. So, instead, he uses his chalkboard to say that he's a decent tour guide. Annoyed, the Great Worm says that Shoal should train his pet better for talking without permission. She says she better be impressed by what she sees today, or she'll erase the cat shark for a second time. The aggressive nature of the brine worm does not escape her acolyte. Though the way she talks about fighting the other dragon definitely speaks to the way dragons fight in private. Not that this surprises Shoal at all.
I mean, there's a place we could get God's blood if it gets violent or kinky enough.
No.
Da 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 da. Won't
Don't
touch
touch
that.
that. Motioning around them, the cat shark introduces her goddess to the Luminary Square, which houses a portion of the market and the world mirror. The tour goes along district by district, making sure to point out the market where they can get things and such. To which, the brine dragon actually spends money, actual seals, on purchasing anything shiny that will look good in her domain. A lot of seals, surprisingly. And then she gets to see the new ocean at the wharves. She briefly complains about the lack of life in the ocean, then fixes it, because Dragon God. Shoal is repeatedly dragon-handled throughout the tour, but overall it seems as though Shoal's god has been pleased by her pet's work. So she asks how Shoal would like to be changed to reflect his bravery, quite putting the cat shark on the spot as his goddess lays a boon upon him, though it would most certainly change him. Goodness, I'm stumbling a lot this time. And then the goddess lays her gaze upon the castle of Sovereign's domain, and has Shoal take her there. When they get there, she tells Shoal to stay outside the castle, as she is going to issue a challenge. Using Bond in mind, Fret notes that Erebane isn't in the castle right now, he's probably at the bridge. Should they tell her that? Shoal messages back that he refuses to believe Erebane does not already know about this. Instead of staying outside, Shoal and Fret go inside and get to watch the Brine Dragoness sit down and knock the throne over. When that doesn't work, she tears down banners. When that doesn't work, she rolls around and glares at Shoal, asking if Erebane is gay. Shoal shrugs, his goddess gender shifting, then breaking a window. And then Erebane appears, and his god tells him to leave now. Erebane looking exasperated already, even as Fret and Shoal leave the castle. Needing a palate cleanser, Fret goes to the world mirror to scry on Sean. He is greeted by images of Sean showing off the photos of his family. Kids, his husband, him being cute with his then visceral threats if Fret ever talks about those things. A lot of just talking about his family, and a lot about his husband. Fret's mind wanders to said husband and attempts to scry on Graydon, only to get punched through the mirror somehow. Sean does not allow people to scry on his husband. Shoal sees this and attempts to bite said fist, but misses. Sean, in the world mirror, demands to know why someone is scrying on his husband. The poor kitsune has a bloodied nose, but is otherwise okay. Over in his lab, Volt has finally examined Arson's attachments fully enough he might reattach them. Not only that, but he could make said attachments better. He could make Arson live up to his name. Although that would require repeating the process Arson went through originally. Unfortunate for Arson. Lost, still riding canvas away from Erebane as much as he can, decides it's about time to get a larger home for himself and Paint, particularly since they have a vehicle now. The Paladin peruses several abodes until he finds one that fits his parameters and needs. Just as he's about to enter the bureaucracy needed to change homes, he feels the presence of another powerful god entering his patron's domain. Snapping his head around, he sees a colossal brine dragon towering over the city skyline. Across the Twilight Sea, the Paladin's scream echoes out Shoal's name. Turning about, Blast goes through the paperwork of finalizing his new house acquisition, all the while tapping and twitching in impatience. By the time he is free from paperwork, and rides over to the Luminary Square, both Fret and Shoal are in front of the world mirror. Fret back to being shown pictures again. Approaching, he parks canvas and engages in an argument with the cat shark. Lost up in arms over the sheer stress and danger presented by Shoal's god pushing into Twilight. Attempting to grab and shake the aquatic apex predator multiple times before Fret finally intervenes and causes the teammates to back off. Shoal, angry, chooses to walk off instead of escalating things further. Fret scribbles out and notes the anger of his companion to Lost, who withers and deflates as his frustrations subside. Clearly, the Paladin knows he overstepped his bounds. With a heavy sigh, he says he'll need to apologize to Shoal. Nodding emphatically, Fret writes out yes, but later. Knowing what he knows of Shoal's culture, Fret suggests bringing food to the boathouse later, given the cat shark is likely to be there to cool off. Food was also Lost's first conclusion as an apology gift, resolving to get an apology salmon later. But first, he needs to pick up paint from school, and Fret needs to get paint chips for the hippies. So, the pair of... yes, that is exactly what is written in the notes. So, the pair of recallers split up for now, planning to rendezvous later. Dr. Volt collects some liability waivers, intending to bring them to Arson so they can be signed. However, the sudden appearance of a massive dragon in town causes a minor delay in his task. Once he is certain the dragon has nothing to do with Arson, he continues on his way. Shoal's god is not his problem.
Blames it on Arson instantly.
Would you not?
Lol.
You mean
So-
blames it on Shoal instantly?
I mean, that's Lost. So Volt has a courier send a missive to Arson, letting the strange fellow know that everything is prepared to put their attachments back on. That done, he heads to Dr. Morin's office, the head scientist currently in the process of experimenting. Currently, Morin is doing some sort of experiment with fire that burns so hot it screams. But he's not certain it's the right pitch at the moment. So he asks Dr. Volt's opinion, uncertain if a demon might be trying to get into Twilight right now. Given the burning substance a listen, Volt seems certain it's the right pitch of screaming. Morin was thinking of using this burning pitch with a missile so it screams all the way to the target. Not that one could get less subtle than a missile. Finally, Morin gets to the topic of Volt's visit. Volt at length asks if any other scientists have God's blood, who totally aren't supposed to have it, but totally have it even though they're not supposed to have it. After several moments, Morin sighs and says that no, none of the scientists have that. Due to new security measures, they had to go through everything. There are scientists that have nuclear materials, but after the incident, they haven't really gotten clearance to work with God's blood. And if he finds someone who has God's blood, he'll be having a boot-oriented conversation with the individual caught having it. Volt explains he was intending to use the substance to track down the ne'er-do-wells currently causing problems in Twilight, but he understands. If there is someone who has secreted away some God's blood, it's not on the premises, and Morin doesn't know about it. The building has God's blood detectors since the incident. Unfortunately, that doesn't have the ability to detect lead, which is what Volt needs. Although Morin would love to have a device that can detect manufactured lead. The non-detector detector would have been great for that, but sadly it was apprehended by the opposition. Scratching his head, Morin muses that something would be amusing. An everything detector. Capable of detecting everything. That is the general intent of what Dr. Volt is trying to make. Then Morin wonders if you could create ads on detection spells. Internally, Volt wonders if they're the Unreal version of a certain search engine owning company. With no further questions, the avianoid swivels about to go construct a missile. He's going to be in the danger room. The missile is going to be bright pink. Volt suggests a middle finger motif, but Morin says that should be applied by the foot soldiers. Woe upon Twilight, as the creation of the giant gay screaming pink bomb is nigh. GGSPB, if you will. Last picks
Wow.
up Pate from
We've
college.
done it, folks. We've created the gay bomb.
No. It has to be the full thing. Giant gay screaming pink bomb. GGSPB.
Everybody go home. We've done it.
Last picks up Pate from college, riding out with his four-legged friend to go get an apology salmon, purchasing a number of power cells for canvas along the way. 30, in fact. Remember, guys, remember to feed your bike. Fred heads out to Surveillance's old home, scraping lead paint chips off the walls of the hidden room Foof had found before. Afterward, the Kitsune purchases a grouper from the markets and makes his way to the beach party the druids are having. The hippies are in various states of being and dress, Moss Thong asking if the fish is for eating. When the fox nods affirmative, the druids celebrate and take the grouper, roasting it over a fire while Fret is being given a beer in exchange. Green Toga asks about the chips, disappointed they aren't the edible kind. The druid says he'll need a few days to do the spell, and he'll need a map to mark stuff on it. The addle-brained man muses on getting a new map so that he can just make marks on it and stuff. Though as Fret tries his best to excuse himself from the party, he's offered multiple different drug-sounding things, finally relenting when offered happies. A smiley face is drawn on one of the Kitsune's hands, and he's told to slap his grumpy friend with it and it'll act like calm emotion, but happy. So, scooting away from the party, Fret goes back to the markets to buy another grouper before heading to Shoal's boathouse. Settling in with the cat shark, Fret spends time with his companion before Lost and Paint arrive. Knocking on the door, Last is standing there with a salmon when Shoal answers it. He states stiffly that he will be cooking this apology salmon at his house party. An apology house party, if you will. And he invites Shoal, which the cat shark accepts. There is an awkward walk as the group make their way to Last and Paint's new house, the Vapor Cat baking the salmon and grouper passively enough. At some point, Volt arrives, having been requested to join the relaxation. Eventually, Fret gestures to the beach party, informing his allies that they will be making him a map. At the expression of curiosity by his allies, he lets on that it's a map that will have locations of lead-based paint, the use of such a map becoming immediately apparent to those present. Voss asks how long...
I'm not sure if it was exactly clarified, but Fret had to go rebuy a grouper because he hadn't intended on giving the first one to the druids. They just took it.
Uh-huh. That's why you went back for the other grouper.
Uh-huh.
Lost asks how long the map may take, Paint sniffing around the rather spacious, if sparsely furnished house. So many places to check. So many new areas. And then description of house that may or may not be entirely correct after I did map. Because yes, as you can see on the table, I did a map.
Well, they can't see the table right now on my side, at least. They can see Daryl.
True.
I
You
also
guys
can't
will-
see it on the table because it is a white square.
Oh,
You might need to reload.
It's
You're at
loading.
94%.
sad.
Do I just leave the table and rejoin or something?
Yeah.
Or you can wait it out. Sometimes it just takes a minute for.
It's been there for like since the beginning of recap.
Oh Jesus. Okay, yeah, never mind then.
Continue, Key.
Description of house is where I ended it. Actually.
Well,
Yeah. Also, yeah, there's no good tokens in
Bird.
dungeon drafts default for like a washer and dryer, so enjoy the bins.
But-
Yep, they're still not loading for me.
beans. They're in chat at least for you, so you can look.
Okay.
First, some key art. Oh, I also got to change back to that. There we go. So that way, you know, we're in the right place. Key art. It's the first thing that Key drew. Airbane pulling him through the shadow. And then as soon as Discord stops being a butt, because they changed it, I'm not used to it yet. There we go. Nombre 2. He did a little sketch of the house.
It was an attempted sketch of the house.
It's weird that those won't load for you. Weird.
Where is it in chat?
Underneath the recolors of the
Art.
Underneath art. Yes.
E.
I don't know why those wouldn't load for you.
Unfortunately, we have to make do with JPEGs because pings were too big.
Yeah, true. Oh, this is not open. I just tried to drink from a can that was yet to be opened.
Ah.
Yes, Key is amazing and cute and good at art. But let's see here. Yes, you guys are just starting the house party. I'm going to leave it in Key's hands for now because this is his house.
Paint has no idea why we're here.
It's true. And hey, we actually have maps of the house. You can decide where you are.
Except for, you know,
Where's?
Oh, it isn't. Okay.
Dr. Vault, who apparently is just never going to load
Maybe-
these images.
Isn't it a case of you can like right click and there's like a reload thing or something? Hold on, let me see. No.
There used to be, but it's apparently gone. I don't know how to force somebody to reload anymore.
Also, sorry, I accidentally like halfway picked up a D4 behind the DM screen by clicking.
Oh no. Ah!
Right.
Nope, resizing it does not force it to reload.
Weird. I wonder if I can do this. Oops. That's not what I want to do. Custom. Copy. Delete. Paste. Import. Nope. I don't know why you're not loading this.
I blame TTS.
Is
That's
it
probably TTS.
something about where the original file is loaded or something?
No, because I pull things out of Discord all the time. You guys all loaded it. It's just him that's stuck on 94%. Something for him is not loading, and it's stalling it. So I don't know. I have no
Yeah.
idea how to fix it.
Curse shrug. At the moment, like Lost is just out back on the beach, making sure food is ready and served.
Did Paint find a corner to hide in?
He is looking out the window.
looking out a second floor window.
Careful. He might defenestrate himself.
But no.
No.
Wow.
Would saving and reloading the table perhaps force it?
I could try. This is the second time he got stuck at 94%.
Yeah. $95%.
Hooray! I'm stuck slightly later.
It's fine.
But yeah. So looks like you guys are all hanging out back out on the beach. Is there anything in specific you guys want to do? Or discuss? Or
Well, he was gonna try and wait, but also it's an opportune moment. So when he gets the chance, he's going to approach Fret and Volt to ask them about finding out where his people's afterlife is.
Also, Taya, you want me to just like put Volt on the beach over here or somewhere?
Sure.
Like, okay. Yep. Scale
Front
him
of the
down.
garage. Poor Canvas. Now stuck in the garage.
Oh. Too far. Hold on. And there.
you better never put disable device as a thing on canvas.
That's a skill. I don't think they can learn that.
Because otherwise they'd escape the garage and that'd be funny.
The only way they can escape a garage is if they have a raccoon that's their friend.
Ha.
But what was it that we were being asked about?
Lost wants to ask about finding finding a way to navigate to his people's afterlife. Because we did start on that, but we need to find the next closest world. And since he does not exactly have a mind for extra / non-dimensional navigation that you two do, he's kind of relying on you two.
Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard. Where's a table out here where I can see the sky that I can lay out a map?
I don't exactly have a coffee table yet. I have my end table. I could bring that outside.
Fret just kind of gives a deadpan look. Fret just sighs and just walks in to lay out his maps. Because doing it out here on the beach might not be the best idea.
Correct.
To the dining room.
You probably don't need this anymore.
Yeah.
Let me put a table on your table.
It seems that Paint has found the upstairs bathroom.
He's looking out the window at the beach now.
You're welcome for the beach.
And he's found the toilet.
And he's having a drink.
No. Oh no.
Typical doggo.
Yep.
Gross.
This is
And apparently cats too.
This is
Well, I mean,
not
if
something that surprises Lost.
okay, so I'm not sure if Lost even has that biological function, so it's probably just a thing of water.
Not in the same way that you guys do. it's it's just a bowl of water. Unless paint uses it, in which case still gross.
Anyways,
Well, right now at
uh,
least, this is a brand new house, right?
Yes.
So it is just a bowl of water right now.
yeah. I don't understand why the it isn't loading for Taya. This is
Eh,
I'm sorry.
eh.
There'll be other times.
It'll either
And
be
also-
tabletop or TTS or it's internet. One or the other.
I choose to blame Comcast.
They're a good
That's
target.
plausible.
Um,
That is absolutely plausible.
You see, not only are they a good target, I also don't care if I'm wrong.
Anyways, Fred
Any
will,
strays Comcast catches, they probably deserve anyways.
As someone that worked for them for a while, yes, they do.
Oh wow.
Well, I should say
Okay,
I didn't work directly for them. I worked for another company that did, handled their customer service. Yeah, awful company.
Oh. Anyways, yeah, Fred will lay out his star charts on the table. And break out his Wayfinder and Astrolabe. And then
endowment.
Oh,
Spaz Yeti tipped $25. Stay hydrated.
Spaz, thank you so much for that tip. I really appreciate that. Also, everybody hydrate, because he said stay hydrated with that.
Cheers.
let it be so.
Can't make me.
alright. I've got coffee. Does that count?
I mean, if somebody tips and says hydrate, I'm gonna damn well take a drink.
Yeah.
I would do that on my stream, but chat would kill me.
Oh no.
That's a joke.
Oh, you mean because of all the yeah. You would be drowning at the moment. Anyways, yeah, but then we'll look back and forth between the star charts and Lost. And look somewhat befuddled.
What seems to be the issue? As Lost peers at the star charts.
Fred will just scribble out on his chalkboard. Actually, I have no idea how to determine exactly where you're going with what the. We don't have the glasses anymore, so.
We shouldn't need the glasses. Last we looked through the mirror, as far as we could go, we could see that the afterlife, since the name of it yet escapes me, was very close to the dark, to oblivion. Maybe we should go to the world mirror again.
Fred nods emphatically.
I was really curious what Fred was going to try and do.
Yep.
Well, if that's the case, we can wait until tomorrow. Just so long as we're all on the same page. Besides, the sooner this gets done with, the sooner my problems are out of all of your hair. And he smiles, knowing exactly what he's just said.
Fred just nods and rolls up his charts and puts all of his stuff back away. And then goes and leans against the wall.
Oh, right. Volt.
Yes? What the fuck was that? Yes.
It sounded like you almost like were coughing in the middle of that.
But I don't even know.
Dr. Volt in the middle of sipping an alcoholic beverage, trying to answer at the same time. Off one of his kitchen counters, Lost is going to pick up a power cell. And he brings it over to the good doctor. Would this be of any use to you?
These are the power cells for the bike.
Correct. According to Erebane, they function off of a form of nuclear fission.
I mean, considering I was the one who translated the schematics, I think I have a bit of a grasp on how they function.
Bless
Bless you. Bless?
Bless
Son of a
you.
bitch.
Bless you.
Thank you. Allergies.
Well, it was your work that made this possible. Seems only right that I share at least some of this with you. Besides,
I suppose
sure
I
you-
should roll a knowledge whatever the fuck or craft whatever the fuck. Thoroughly mediocre by Dr. Volt standards.
I mean, it's.
Oh, so like
So like
probably
a 40?
30.
I mean, if we're going with just the knowledge, that's just a 25.
Just a 25.
Fairly mediocre. Nee.
I mean, it's a power cell, so you know.
I suppose if I had any things that needed a substantial amount of power at the moment. But unfortunately, the problems I am currently facing are ones that cannot be solved by sheer brute force.
somehow I find that surprising, given some of the technology I've seen you use.
Brute force is often a very effective solution. Fortunately, when you are dealing with something that exists basically to break the brute force method, you would need an absolutely catastrophic amount of force to brute.
Well, fortunately, these little cells don't hold that much power. But the offer is still there, not that they'll be hard to acquire.
It very much sounded like Vari had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, Fret has a sudden dangerous look of realization. And we'll scribble out, ooh, we could actually figure out a way to channel a catastrophic amount of force through a divination spell.
I would like you to understand the source of which this statement is coming from. That sounds like a very bad idea.
Fret nods so emphatically.
That sounds like a satellite strike.
Fret kind of
The
gives
heck
a
is that?
half shrug.
Shoal is going to have no clue what a satellite strike is, so The heck is that?
Dr. Volt will interject. Several times the force of one of Fred's books.
Shoal is just going to blink. That sounds excessive.
Hence the colossally bad idea?
Fret nods.
So just to put this out there, my players have now officially figured out how to take a book and turn it into a bunker buster, thermite, and now we're considering how to make a satellite missile.
Well,
Just something with the effective power of a satellite missile.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Paint's
something,
just, wandering around the upstairs.
yeah. But no, a divination spell that channels power at whatever you direct it to. That can't be a terrible idea in any sort of way.
Technically, that is one of the most common ways that divination spells are utilized.
It's simple. In order to find the location of the place we are looking for, simply we look for the now smoldering crater. I'm just imagining a divination spell working along those lines where you just channel so much energy into it that the target of what you're looking for, that the thing explodes and you're like, oh, it's over there.
It was over there.
Can we get
The
some
location
styles
of the thing
German
we
and
were
chat?
looking for is that way.
Ah, yes.
There might be
Edgar's
some left.
Ah, yes.
Okay, so I've got a idea for a spell to use as a basis. Wait, I need to double check, but I think it's like called something like Guiding Star or something.
Oh boy! All right,
I was-
so
I was just going to randomly name the spell Yvez's Exploding Eyes.
Oh. Anyways, Fret does scribble out. Anyways, so that's a terrible idea and should not be pursued by in any means until we don't have other options. I've got some druids working on a thing.
locate via annihilation. Call it what the fuck boom.
My brain is just going off on stupid tangent where like a spell called Locate Corpse, where you point the spell at a person and then you found a corpse.
That's rude.
Pate, you walk into by a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, he's not gonna understand any of that, so he's just wandering. He stops over here to growl at the motorcycle.
And I'm going to self-impose. Oh, wow. Hey, so 13 enough to see Paint walking by in the background?
He's not hiding, so yes.
Lost just sort of leaning to the side as he's continuing this conversation, noting where Paint is going.
Pate's still not understanding he lives here now.
Aww.
We live here now. We're gonna get soft tacos later.
Fish tacos?
Soft tacos.
Soft tacos can be fish tacos.
Well, I only say that because right now you're cooking a grouper and apology salmon.
Those should already
Are
be
you not aware of the meme where the guy picks up the rat?
Yes, I'm aware of the meme. I was just changing it, but never mind. Jeez.
I mean, we can have fish tacos if that's what Shoal wants, but the fish should be cooked now.
Was there
Shoal
any
is-
other? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Shoal is the type to, just eat raw fish. He doesn't.
Everybody else is the type to eat cooked fish, though.
That's fair.
I mean,
Also-
Fred could, but he doesn't.
Like, the salmon has been baked and seasoned, and the grouper has been seasoned and, like, grilled.
Well, does anybody else have any other subjects or topics to discuss before we kind of move on a little bit?
Yeah, I think
I'm
the
good.
important thing for Fred was letting everyone else know that he has druids working on finding things.
Yep.
Dr. Volt will just point out that one of the problems that we're facing may have a very obvious solution. Why don't we just ask the recallers if the recallers headquarters if they know where the sphere that contains Lost Afterlife is?
Fred, kind of just does the finger gun of approval at that.
Last frowns a bit, I suppose.
With the sheer number of realities that they must have on file, not an impossibility, is it?
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I suppose that's another thing we can do tomorrow. That may be better to do first, and we can do the mirror after if it doesn't bring anything.
Fred nods.
Assuming everyone has their schedules free enough, of course.
Shoal has no plans.
Lost going
Dr.
to
Volt has no
Warlock.
plans, he only has schemes.
Schemes and machinations.
And plots.
Fred just has 8 runes to write in a book. So his day is otherwise free.
I feel like if Lost catches Fred writing in the book while visiting the house, Lost is going to start putting up a rule placard by the front door, and one of them is no writing explosive books in the house.
Yeah, no, that's when he just before he goes to bed. He just takes a minute and a half to write 8 runes.
It's fine. It's not an explosive book, it's an incendiary book.
It's napalm. No, it's thermite.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's completely safe to handle in Fred's hands.
Absolutely. Well, with the topics out of the way, you guys go ahead and you finish off your house party. I'm assuming that at some point the lot of you go home, leaving Last and Paint in the house. Or in Volt's case, back to his laboratory. Laboratory? Laboratory? What the hell did I just say there?
Laboratory.
Laboratory. Because I'm pretty sure he lives there now.
More or less.
He just presses a button and it puts away all the, you know, beakers and tables and experiment stuff and just pops out a very, you know, cozy bedroom.
As the hours waned by, after several hours, there was a knock at your door last. Since I get to get tip goals done.
The front door, I assume.
Yes. I don't know where where you are in the house at the time, Paint.
Oh, Paint's still outside. On the beach.
It's an ocean.
Digging holes, making sandcastles.
I like the idea of digging holes.
Of course you do.
Dig a hole faster. Ah, ha ha ha. But it's Erebane. He is standing there with a grim expression. He has a bottle of liquor in one hand and what seems to be a folded up piece of paper accompanying it in the same hand. And he says, welcome to your new home. Here's a present. And he's going to offer it over.
Oh. Thank you. And he will take the note and the bottle. Why the expression?
Same reason for the note. I couldn't say it to your face.
I see. Did you want to come inside?
Are you going to read the note after I leave?
If that's what you want.
I'd prefer that.
Lost is going to let Erebane inside, holding the door politely.
Lull Erebane's tail. Bonk.
Yep, you will shut it after the tail is inside.
He'll warn you that it's the same liquor he drinks because he heard that you actually braved it, and to be careful with it.
Did you want a glass?
A small one. I'm going to go back to hiding after this.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. And he's going to go get some glasses, and he's going to pour a glass for Erebane and pour a shot glass for himself.
Lol.
And
He's
Paint's
not
coming
going-
in covered in wet sand and tracking it all over.
All over my wood floor.
Wood's easy to clean.
Yeah, it's fine. Welcome back inside, Paint. As he goes to put the bottle away.
He is having fun moving around his own house.
Yes, I am. I haven't made like a personal house map in a long time, okay?
Yep, Erebane will sit down. He will take the glass and down it. Shiver. And go, man. Hello, Paint.
He waves a paw.
He's been having difficulties communicating.
I'd ask why, but I can suspect.
Probably best to suspect. He's going to take the shot glass and tip his head back to down it.
Fortitude save.
This is about as good as doing a self-imposed fortitude save. Wow!
Like somebody that's never drank in your life, you take that shot and it kind of kicks.
Just like the first time.
That is what it do. Hey, Paint, do you want to try an alcoholic beverage? Paint will not like this.
Then Paint will shake his head. Important question. Is there a flower garden out front?
Are you talking about toward the shore or away?
Around the house somewhere.
I hadn't planned on it, but the green area that's currently empty could probably be like a garden or something similar. Because
At some point.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what to do with the space.
Ah.
Future garden.
Yeah, he hasn't had the chance to plant anything yet.
And
Paint's
Paint runs
leaving the
outside
house
again.
looking for flowers.
No, there he goes.
Side note, there is an attic space. I just didn't make a map for it because it's an attic space.
Yeah, I saw the ladder. So unless you have any conversations of topic, Arabane will only hang around for a little bit before excusing himself to go wherever the hell he's been hiding. Ow, I just smacked my mic and my face at the same time.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh, dang it. I forgot to add a door to the laundry room. Oh well, I'm gonna ignore it.
But he leaves you with that note and that bottle of liquor that you're more than welcome to try and down, but you're already feeling very warm.
Yeah, no, the rest of that bottle has been stored away.
Mala, I don't think he knows about the fight.
No, Lost doesn't.
And if you really must know, I'm going to sink some ships here. Arabane just pinned her down and refused to fight her, which pissed her off until he could get her to leave.
Why am I imagining him pinning her down with his tail and just repeatedly saying, please leave?
No, he just pinned her down with her tail and stared at her until she was like, no, this isn't a fight. I want to fight. And he was like, no.
Damn.
He knew very well what she was after. That's not how you go after him. She also is very convinced he's very gay now.
So,
Because
does Paint
obviously a Dragon would have fought.
does Paint find flowers anywhere in the neighborhood?
Roll percentiles, please.
Oh no.
Is Paint just looking for a garden to dig in a garden?
No. 56.
Not in the neighborhood. It's going to be a few blocks out before you run into a garden, it seems.
He will follow his nose to one. And when he finds it, he is just going to bite several of them and pull them out. And then running back to last.
Dirt's still attached.
Yep. He runs in, sees Era's gone, and ears droop.
Oh.
Oh, Pain. Now what are these for? As he crouches down to take a look at the flowers.
He gestures to the seat that Era was in. And then to you.
Oh.
Paint was trying to be Wingdog.
He's going to gently ruffle Paint on the head and put another hand around the stems of the flowers. He's not going to pull just in case Paint is going to do the dog thing of no take.
No,
This
no,
seems just
Paint gives them.
Okay.
No
But
take,
he'll-
only throw.
No take, only grow. Because flowers. I'll see if I can't find a vase for these. Okay? And I appreciate the help. But, unfortunately, that ship is kind of safe.
He tilts his head.
Arabane and I are not going to be getting together.
Tilts his head the other way.
Oh gosh, how do I explain? So I asked him out and he rejected me. Not today, but a previous time. And
He
I
no-
accept that.
he nods when you say that, and then points at the flowers with a paw.
I don't think flowers are going to change his mind.
Head tilt back the first way.
Besides, I may be looking at seeing someone else. Unfortunately, I doubt they'll ever be able to visit the house.
Paint no longer looks like he's listening to you. You can practically see the light bulb above his head.
Oh no.
Paint's running out of the house again.
Well, while Paint's running away, you do still have that piece of paper that's folded up.
Yeah, he's gonna find something to put the flowers in for now, and then open up that letter.
On the first page, it says, "Pour yourself a short drink first."
Well, he already passed that step.
When you look at the other page, it looks like it is an official casework from the cough, the higher ups.
Aha.
It looks like it was an investigation into that tower and your home realm. It looks like they tried to determine things about that golden string. And the report in no shirt terminology, because I'm going to shorten it, I am not going to go through an official report that, some uppity, high-ranking cough wrote, more or less boils down to the string fades in and out, indicating that there is very little power left to it, and it is very close to breaking. We estimate at best 2 weeks before that, for that string leads, collapses. It looks like it's a divine realm. It doesn't have its own sphere anymore. It is free-floating. Meaning us Koth can only get close and possibly send souls there ourselves, but us ourselves could not enter. AKA, Dextro can get you there, but he will not be able to follow you in.
So how would we get out?
We would have to hope to high nihilism that whatever divinity yet remains in there will be able to make us leave.
You guys also have the break tags.
That's
True.
true. We never use the break tags.
Also, there is the theoretical, though it might not work in a realm of divinity, but there is the other option.
It doesn't have a sphere anymore, so I don't think the other option works.
Ooh, oof. Yeah, oof.
It's
Meanwhile, I am considering something slightly more troubling about the lack of sphere. Dextrill might not be able to get in. The angry spaghetti might be able.
Oh, oh.
Especially because we're gonna have to travel for a while to get there.
Yeah. 2 weeks feels like a very short amount of time, and Last is very glad that Volt brought up having Recallers HQ tell us how to navigate there, because it seems like they already know.
No, they don't. They can't figure out how to navigate there. Or at least the cough cannot. You, on the other hand, can scry on it.
It's true. Sorry, what I kind of got from the note was that they attempted, but they could not actually get to it, even though they could see it. So what the note is telling me, they cannot actually navigate there, but they know that it's not got its own sphere, which is part of why they can't navigate there.
That's why they can't find it, because the cough can't. The cough rely on shadows and reality. It's way at the edge, man. Hello again,
So
Kat.
if we do this, it's gonna be very dangerous.
Indeed. That's the first tip goal completed. Does Last need another drink?
Yeah, he does. I'm just going to go ahead and roll Fortitude right now, and it's probably going to be real crap, because the dice like to make things happen. Apparently not. That's a 20.
Hilarious.
You're still feeling warm from earlier, and this definitely refreshes it. But boy, that's some news. Hey, before you get back to paint, though, Shoal, Volt, and Fret, are you any of the three of you doing anything specific tonight?
Not really.
Fret's gonna go back to Shoal's boathouse. He likes hanging there.
Acceptable.
Though Dr. Volt might try to run some calculations to see exactly how much power you would need to channel into a divination spell to make it ignore lead.
Or burn through lead.
God's blood.
Ah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense.
You basically need to be able to alter reality just a bit to be able to push or to do nonsense like that. Sorry to keep on putting that wall up, but damn it. No, I'm not going to let you range nuke the bad guy.
I wasn't exactly suggesting that. I was merely saying that Dr. Volt would, after an interesting discussion like that on a hypothetical, Dr. Volt would be like, but really, how much would it?
You need a measure of God's blood for that not only equates distance of the change, but enough to make the physical change to push beyond the barrier itself. Yeah, you missed the hype trains, Brian. There's one in all three channels at once.
Yeah, it was kind of wild.
All right, Paint. What are you going to go and get?
Paint is looking for a butcher.
Not hard to find. How much money are you spending on what meat?
He is going to go in and find the best meat he can.
Roll an appraise.
Come on, high roll. 11.
Okay, how many pounds?
Air is pretty big, so Uh, just looking at what my carry weight is.
Oh no.
He is so determined.
It looks like Paint can currently carry another 54 pounds. It'll put him in heavy load, but you know.
Oh.
Now remember, you can drag 5 times your heavy load.
Yeah, but that's dragging it on the ground, and then it's not that good for eating anymore.
Yeah, but like you could put it in a sack.
Or
The sack could tear.
there's a stretcher item that is specifically designed for you can drag it.
Well, either way, Paint's going for 54 pounds of meat.
54 pounds of meat. And you have chosen a prime rib because it looks expensive and fancy.
That's a lot of prime rib. Holy crap.
All right, so let's see. 350 divided by 6 times 54. 32 scales.
Paint will buy it.
Figured you would.
Jeebus.
So $320 worth of steak. Or
Times
am I-
100.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's a lot of steak. Holy crap.
54 pounds is a lot of fucking steak.
Yeah.
Well,
We
dragon
know
is
this sucks.
big. Paint is being helpful.
So last, you're sitting there, you had your drink, and Paint comes in. And I'm assuming you're just going to set this on the table.
Oh, of course.
Just thud.
Steak after steak after steak.
And
Oh, do they all have like the butcher paper wrapping and all that? And...
Yes.
just thud, crinkly, 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 crinkly. And Last looks at Paint like they brought him a dead body.
I mean, technically he did.
I mean,
It's
I
at
mean,
least
yes.
a significant fraction of one.
A small dead body, if you will. Gee, it's good none of us are necromancers. Where's Tanya when you need them?
I mean, if it started moving, Harbane would still eat it, but
What is all this? He's leaning back against the counter, his empty shot glass in hand. He's still got the bottle nearby right now. He's deeply contemplating a third drink.
Paint is going to start drawing. I'm using the dice to decide how well he gets the idea across. I think 22 would get it across very well.
Oh, just the comic of feeding Aramane or something is what I'm hazarding a guess here.
More, you know, table with last on one side, Arabian on the other, the large mound of meat in the middle, candles around, the flowers next to the, you know, mound of meat. And he's just going to bite on the paper and hold it up to last.
Last is going to take the paper. He just sighs, shoulders sagging a bit. Well, this is lovingly rendered of you. Paint. I'm sure Erebane would like the meal.
Paint is sneezing.
Hey, Paint, when you sneeze,
Oh,
roll
I
me
know.
a d4.
We're about to find out what paint can in fact do.
Well, on the plus side, it looks like he is freezing all of the meat.
Hilarious.
Do you want to describe it, Zim?
Go ahead.
So, Paint sneezes, and an aura of energy forms around him. Specifically cold. Like it's snowing around him. This lasts for whatever 6 times 6 is, 36 minutes or seconds or so before dissipating.
Lost is going to blink. Just sort of watching that happen. Because that's new.
You can roll a knowledge religion if you want to.
I would.
You know, this thing doesn't say how far out it goes.
It's just immediately around you.
Oh, so 5 feet. Okay, so paint's
Yeah.
or last isn't getting blasted. Cool.
Nope.
15.
Erebane was just there, but otherwise shrug.
Paint is looking confused.
I wonder if he dropped off a blessing while he was here.
Paint shrugs and pushes the paper towards last again.
Well, you know, when somebody sneezes, you're supposed to say bless you.
Well, yes, but Last knows
I'm
that
gonna go to my corner.
Hee hee. Hee hee.
Gosh darn it.
Thank you, chat, for paying for that long-winded joke.
Spectacular.
In any case, Lost has taken the picture and he's going to gently fold it because he doesn't want to like crumple it or anything or damage it because again, lovingly rendered. I'm sure he would like the meal, but I don't think any amount of this. He gestures to the meat. He gestures to the flowers, which are now in a bucket with water on the counter. I don't think any amount of this is going to make him consider dating me. Okay?
Paint tilts his head.
He's just putting his hands up and like running them over the tendrilless vapors because he hasn't had his mask on all evening. Paint. I'm trying to tell you that Erebane and I cannot be together like that. Okay?
Paint just looks confused.
I think it's well enough said that this is probably going to go on for quite a while.
Yeah,
Probably.
To save us time, Lass is probably going to spend a majority of the evening, even to dragging Paint up to bed, like trying to get Paint to understand that he and Arabane are not going to be together. The ship sank long ago. Paint is trying to play necromancer at this point, and Bloss is just being way too polite and about it.
Well, as for the dragging to bed part, that's a different thing that's gonna happen.
You can't drag Paint anywhere.
You can take his belt off.
Well, there's that too, but when it gets late, Paint is just going to gather up the meat and then head outside.
What is he going to do with the meat?
He doesn't think this is his house. He's leaving. To the
He's waiting for you outside to take the meat home.
Stands in the front door.
Oh my god.
Paint just looks back at you, doing that doggo like, you coming?
Paint, where are you going? We're already home.
Head tilt.
He steps outside, gesturing to the whole of the house. This is our new home. I got it today. So you have more space to
Blink,
move around
blink.
so we aren't cramped in the apartment. So I have a garage for canvas, rooms for guests, maybe a family someday.
Blink. Blink.
Oh, you sweet, innocent quadruped. Paint. We, gestures to himself and Paint, live here now, gestures to house.
He starts wagging and then runs over here.
He's gonna pee on it.
Yep.
He's not
Dogs.
even gonna stop him. Paint, please bring the meat back inside so I can put it in the fridge and we can go to bed.
He will sneeze again.
Thank you. Now, you can decide where you want to sleep, but I'm sleeping in the bedroom.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I got a 1.
Did you miss?
No. It's different element each time.
Oh, right, you sneezed. Well, it's a good thing that the house isn't going to catch on fire.
No. He just burst with acid now.
It's going to catch on acid.
Oh no, the stream is eating through the wall!
Ew.
Look, it's a good thing that it will automatically fix itself. Because it's Lost House. He perceives it as fine. It will be fine.
Okay, I need a beer now.
You wanted...
I'm mad. I'm getting up.
You
This is
wanted
why dogs are the
chaos with
worst.
this.
I didn't
This is-
expect this.
This is why dogs are inferior.
I'll
So
be right back.
Yeah, as a HVAC service tech, I have seen air conditioning systems completely destroyed by dogs. In a similar vein of context.
Yeah, imagine my surprise.
Yeah, because uric acid disintegrates aluminum. Kind of funny.
Yeah, kind of funny until it breaks your thing.
Yeah.
And then it's
Yeah, like-
screaming in anger.
Yeah, usually it like the fins on the coil on the outside unit just kind of fall apart.
So I've got a Fennec plush on the couch, and I just turned around and saw the cat snuggling up to it.
Oh,
Oh.
And of course, as soon as I went to grab my phone to take a picture, he moves.
Of
Of
course.
course. Yeah, you're not allowed.
It's the whole no one will ever believe you.
But anyways, while Era's gone, Paint's going around to the four corners and marking his territory. And then he comes in. And drops the meat back on the table.
Lost is just going to go through the process of putting the meat into the refrigerator, knowing they are going to be eating prime rib for a while. It's a good thing nothing goes bad in Twilight. Unless some asshole decides to put real time in my fridge.
You mean
Then
like
I'll
the
be upset.
current Big
That's
Bad?
the rudest.
Do not tempt Era.
That is the rudest thing a villain could do.
There are stacks of prime rib steaks in this fridge. If any of you come over, Lost is going to try and pawn off prime rib steaks on you. This is a threat.
Hell yes.
Shoal will take your threat and raise eating the whole fucking fridge.
Please don't
Literally
consume
the
my
refrigerator.
The refrigerator will make excellent seasoning. Let him at it.
nice
It will
and
have many
crunchy.
minerals.
Yes, all the vitamins and minerals a growing cat shark needs. Delicious.
All right, before this devolves any further, and by the way, I heard that.
Also, okay, so I would be concerned about microplastics, but no, those are macroplastics.
Exactly.
My cat likes to chew on plastic things. I'm pretty sure he's 50% microplastics at this point.
Oh,
I have to very specifically, when it comes to plastic baggies, put them in the bottom of the trash, or he will fish them out, run away with them, and attempt to eat them. I don't know why.
Jake does
Aw,
the same
he's
thing.
stupid.
Yes, he's
I
very
mean-
stupid.
Black cats are just overcooked orange boys.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jake's a black cat too.
overcooked orange boy.
Cece
But
never
you
did
guys-
that.
Have a night. And I'm assuming you guys are going to meet up in the morning. I'm going to go ahead and make these, unlock these, and then make these itsy bitsy.
Oh no, you
That way.
shrunk Painted last.
Did
Deserved.
I?
Yes.
They weren't selected. Where'd they go? Oh, there they are.
Oh my gosh, it's so tiny.
Teeny-weeny.
Itsy bitsy teeny wee.
Bless you, Volt.
I will put those over my key, and I will then go in and save le table. But yes, I assume you guys meet at the bakery in the morning. Before, actually, Key, do you want to talk about anything before you guys go to the recallers?
Yeah. He's gonna bring the note. Also, Paint's art is going to be posted up on the fridge because it's so artful.
It's a surprisingly good rendering.
Of a scene that shall never be. But yeah, at the bakery, Last is going to pull out the note and he'll let them read it, but he'll give them the gist that his afterlife now has approximately 2 weeks before it's done. And it does not seem like the recallers know how to access it. So we're on our own for navigating there. It does not have a sphere anymore. There is no way for say, dextral to be able to navigate to it by searching for a sphere out there. We are going entirely off of Volt and Fret's extraplanar navigational abilities.
Fred has a look of mild panic.
Ah, yes. That emotion that I should be feeling right now, except I was distracted by paint for hours last night.
Paint
Fred has
sneezes.
Here comes the D4.
It explodes with lightning.
He's a bug zapper currently.
Super bug zapper.
Right, he's been doing that too. But no, Paint bought 50 plus pounds of prime rib steaks.
Fred's
50
eyes go wide.
pounds! It's all sitting in my refrigerator now.
Shoal
Paint
holds out a paw.
bags.
I've been trying to get Paint to understand that Arabane and I are not going to start dating, and he's still convinced it's going to happen. I don't know how to explain it anymore. Anyway, I would rather focus on this. Gestures to the note.
Well, there is a reason. They call it dogged determination.
It seems like our best bet for now is to keep watch in the world here. Oh, otherwise, I don't know. Maybe check the observatories?
Fred nods.
The market might have answers we could purchase.
Maybe.
Paint is in the corner of the bakery painting.
Oh no.
Fred will scribble out, after hearing sounds of painting. We'll scribble out. By the way, what's the story with Paint? He's exceptionally nonverbal now.
I'm not sure why. It seems to have something to do with what he saw. I don't get why he's not communicating with us like he used to. It's not like him showing us that scene should have done anything.
Paint is clearly not paying attention.
He's a dog, of course not.
No, he's busy painting.
Paint has an idea.
He's a dog, so it's a bad idea.
How dare.
Raise his eyebrow. In cat.
Fred will try to connect telepathically with Paint.
Paint will look up but refuse the connection.
Fred has a concerned look. And then we'll turn back to Lost. And scribbles out on his chalkboard. Yeah, Paint's still not connecting.
Connecting. Connection terminated by user.
Is that TeamSpeak or Ven?
I don't remember.
It's been so long.
There is one feature that I wish that Discord would add that TeamSpeak had. I made a roll
that?
on there that I called Stuck on Band-Aid. And basically I could move somebody into a channel and they could not leave it.
Oh, that's spectacular!
And
Then some people would live in the well.
Your point?
No, there's another feature that I wish would be implemented by Discord. It's that you could join a room as a ghost, where you could listen in another room while talking in a different room.
Interesting. Also, I missed the user has been moved from this channel and various other notifications like that. Yeah. Anyways, Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard. Yeah, that's we should remedy this somehow. Like, what is this? This isn't good.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure how. It seems like Paint is just choosing not to communicate.
Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard. Paint, why are you not communicating? And then walk over to Paint and show up chalkboard.
Well, as you approach, Paint is quickly hiding his what he's painting. But then he looks at the board, turns the painting he was doing over, and starts painting on the other side.
Oh no, the bottom side's gonna get all messed up.
Oh, he was gonna rip that one up anyways because it was poor quality.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he can get his point across. This one is going to be a little comic. The party, all together, except for Shoal. Paint looking at Volt. There's little wavy lines between him and Volt. Next panel. Everybody asleep. Next panel. Bunch of nightmares. A whole bunch of chaos and such. Next panel. The Unraveler. Next panel is everybody waking up again.
Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard. Oh, that was just because Volt had a mind bomb.
Paint tilts his head.
Fret will scribble out. Yeah, that was a trap in Dr. Volt's mind. It's okay now, though.
Paint, I told you. That was all illusions. It wasn't ever necessarily going to come to pass.
Paint shakes his head at last. He puts his paw on the wavy lines.
I wish I could understand.
Fret will scribble out. Actually, Lost. I'm pretty sure that was actually a scene of something that already happened.
Hmm?
Fret scribbles out. Didn't you get stabbed?
Oh,
But you're okay. You survived.
No, he put his paw on the wavy lines between him and Volt.
Yeah, no, I'm referring back to the vision of the Unraveler.
Unraveler.
Fret does kind of the dismissive hand wave and then scribbles on. Anyways, yeah, no, it's fine. You can communicate with people and stuff. See? And Fret will um connect with Lost and blather random gibberish through telepathy.
Last, your mind is filled with I'm never gonna give you. I'm done.
Oh, Last just because it's telepathy, he just randomly speaking out loud because he's not used to actually being able to telepathically talk back. It's like, why would you cut open a pickle like a hot dog and put peanut butter inside? What kind of monster are you?
Fret kind of does the but wait, hold up one finger, and then
Show him the pickle pop.
But
no,
wait,
and
there's
then
more.
pulls out a water meal bar.
Ah, yes, I forgot who I was dealing with.
Fret nods. And then Fret will do similar with Dr. Volt if Dr. Volt accepts the connection.
Vari, I just have to say, due to this conversation, this image has entered my brain.
Uh-oh. Where's the image?
Probably
Is it
shit
not
post.
showing on my stream?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, I can't see your stream right now.
Oh no, that's terrible.
What is it?
Snickles.
Oh.
Snickles.
Ooh.
Simple's gonna be sick, apparently.
You put that
Snickles
away.
really satisfies.
Wait, why
You
is
put that
it?
back
Why
where
does it
you
have?
found it, or
Why
so
does
help
it?
me.
Why does it have stats?
Because that's where I found it on a post on Reddit where they were like saying plus 10 hunger, minus 50 charisma or something.
Makes everything taste like Schnickles for like 3 hours or some shit. As well.
Okay, so
Wonderful.
there is the concept of like chocolate covered pickles is kind of that's like a pregnancy food or something, if I recall.
Correct, but also fried pickles. But like, Snickles is kind of like that's degenerate shit. That's some degenerate hours right there. So so help me God, put that back.
You know, the weirdest thing is I would try it, but it would be more for the fact that I would just have to try it rather than a desire to actually consume a Snickle.
But anyways, Dr. Volt gets random telepathic nonsense.
The problem is that Pete isn't aware of the random telepathic stuff.
But it's a case of you get the after effects of people's incredulity at his antics, and then
Roll
and
just
then
roll
Fre-
a sense motive for me, please. Paint.
Okay. $26.
You're more well aware that he's currently communicating with them telepathically.
Okay. fair
Dr.
enough.
Volt will proceed to respond, as horrid as that may be, I can guarantee that a twickle would be worse.
Pardon me as I go die in a corner now.
Hey, Simple, how does a twickle sound?
I'm not even going to say what came to my brain. We're going to move on from that before my brain tries to put that back in my mouth. especially on stream.
No, a Rickle peanut butter cup.
You're all grounded.
Why am I?
What did I
grounded? This
do?
isn't my fault.
All right.
We just got friendly fired.
You better
Splash
not lay a
damage.
finger on my butterfickle.
Jesus
Anyway,
Christ.
So,
Thanks for coming, everybody.
anyways, so Fred will scribble out on his chalkboard. See, it's fine.
Pickled nut roll.
Stop, please.
And you're doing this while I'm eating, in front of my bag of chips. What did my chips ever do to you?
Seriously, I'm getting an actual headache. Please.
I'm sorry.
Can we ban Mala?
Yeah,
What?
by the way.
Oh, what's Mala doing?
3 musketicals.
All right. So moving on.
Okay.
Gods.
Yes, I will approve of a temporary mala ban. And by temporary, I mean permanent.
Oh. Well, Paint is trying to paint out what he is trying to convey. But it is very much unintelligible. I got a 1.
Oof.
What's your total? You can have 1 on a skill check.
9?
It's rough. It's still technically just barely below average. So feel free to describe.
Well, another comic thing. Paint with the wavy lines towards Volt again. Another panel of just paint with the wavy lines. And then again, everybody asleep.
Paint, that's... What happened was not your fault. It was a trap that was placed inside Volt. A trap that is gone now. It
Of
is-
all of us, I bear the most responsibility, followed by Fred, followed by... basically none of you.
Fred nods.
And of course, the lion's share of the responsibility falls on Yvonne Surveillance.
And look, Paint, if you can trust no other mind, then at least trust mine. I know, mildly ironic given what you know about us. But you can't be this non-communicative forever. We're a team, and we need to be able to be there and support each other. And you won't always have time to paint out what you want to say.
Paint is now doing the... He's scribbling out Volt and drawing in last onto that last set of comic panels, and just holds that up.
I feel like as a player character, I'm having a brain fart. Or as a player,
I
I'm having
guess
a
I'll
brain fart.
explain this one. He's scared if he tries to communicate with you that it'll just be a repeat.
That's not going to happen. Do you know why?
Tell you
Okay.
what, Pain. Try communicating with me, so if it happens to me.
He gestures at the whole group being passed out.
Fret, will, scribble out. Well, it didn't affect Shoal. Shoal was too far away. How about me and Shoal go for a walk and we come back? And if it happens again, we'll, I don't know, fix it.
Paint will tilt his head and nod.
Also, the only reason that what happened with me affected everyone is I was attempting to address all of you. Therefore, the brainwaves went to all of you.
Fret, will, look to Shoal and nod in mind. Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
Shoal is getting walkies.
No, Fred is getting walkie.
And we
You forget how
established
this
that was the
relationship
pact.
works.
Fair point.
I am the ranger. Fred is my animal companion.
But anyways, so Fret will begin gathering his stuff and getting ready to head out. And we'll scribble
Shoal
out.
is definitely going to stuff a bunch of those stakes in his pack.
Oh, that's
That's at the
their
house.
Oh, that's not.
Yep, they're not here.
Sure. Forgot.
Sorry. Rip.
Though
It's
making
fine,
some
there's
meat
some-
pies would be a good way to get rid of some.
Yeah, that's what he's considering.
I
There are
mean,
some sharks, though.
Shoal is definitely going to be taking a lot of those stakes, though. As many as he can, like, get away with taking. Hey, that's free meat.
Anyways, Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard. Be back in 10 minutes. And then we'll head out.
And away we go. Come along now, Fred. Come be a good boy.
Fret just gives an exasperated huff.
I mean, I get a feeling Shoal would do basically anything for that amount of steak.
There's a lot of things Shoal would do for, tens of pounds of meat.
Would you climb a mountain for it?
Probably.
Okay,
Would
good,
you be
because I can't
friends
think of a
with Paint?
situation in which the stakes would be higher.
I saw that coming.
I did too. That's why I thought it was funny.
Moving on.
The desire to get the punishment feat grows.
You see, I'm proud of that one. I was upset at how much I've ruined all of you because you were able to see it coming, because I actually was trying to be subtle with that one.
Oh, actually, hey Taya, I have a friend that you need to have conversation with. Because
Are you talking about Raijin?
I am.
Oh boy. So
Anyways.
Shoal and Fret leave. What are you doing,
Uh-huh.
Paint?
He will tentatively reach out to Last. Mental image of him kind of walking into a cave rather timidly and looking around frantically for threats.
Oh, look, nobody passes out.
He will repeat the process with Volt.
Wow, nobody passes out.
He wags excitedly.
Epic, put that in the fridge with the rest of the steaks, please. Out of my view. But yeah, it looks like you can communicate with people. Hashtag not my fault.
All your fault.
No, it's the dog's fault.
Last is getting pounced and licked repeatedly.
Yes. Okay. Love you too, Pate. Can we please go to the mirror now? It's so weird to be saying that.
He is going to think on that and sends the mental image of everybody but him at the mirror.
Why do you not want to be at the mirror?
He sends the image of a box with a bow on it.
Oh. Squints all four eyes. Deep confusion.
Present.
Okay. Okay. I will not argue.
He can learn paint.
Paint will finally let him up.
Thank you. Gets up, dusts himself off. Okay.
Paint decides when the cuddles end.
Unfortunately.
Rude, but funny.
Because unfortunately, we're kind of on like a time limit. Otherwise, it would not be. It would not be. Unfortunately.
Paint is going back to painting. Actually, he was about to. Oh, well, that was another one. Lovely. Then he's just going to tear it up again. Tear up the new canvas. And just run out of the shop.
What am I going to do with him? Alright, well, when Fret and Shoal come back, Lost is going to be gonna ask if it's okay if we can go to the mirror now and actually do what we need to do today.
Brett nods.
Paint will apparently come by later. He will inform them, and Paint now is communicating again. Thank goodness.
Brett gives a thumbs up.
So off to the mirror you go, and wherever Paint's going.
Paint has an idea.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
So you guys go to
Dogs.
the mirror.
Dogs.
Except for Paint. So I'm just gonna move people over there because I'll figure out where Paint's going in a moment. I'm
That's
I'm
fine.
sure it's going to be another oh boy moment. Which at the mirror does mean that you guys have to. Oh boy, Epic. Or at least Last has to actually focus on that afterlife again.
Yay, trauma.
Also, Fred is going to get out his star charts, astrolabes, wayfinder, and such, and get ready to make notations.
That is a 17 on my will save.
You're able to push through your own stress and anxiety this time. As you gaze upon where it is, allowing Fret to go ahead and, I assume, play around with the angles and stuff, correct?
Yep.
Doing the zoom out, zoom in,
Pan,
looking
pan.
for looking for notable waymarks. If there's any spheres of note, because say any with like whatever special properties, just so that they can be used as points of reference if need be.
Go ahead and roll me a navigation check.
All right. And I'm going to let's see. Yeah, I'll just let's see how this goes, and then I'll okay. Where's my D20 at? Did it get eaten or something when we trained? Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's navigation of 23 before bonus modifiers.
That's pretty good. You're taking several notes. You think you recognize some constellations, but they look very far away. You're probably going to have to spend a good 3 or 4 hours, combing through the star maps and actually charting.
Mhm.
But at least you got some notes. A lot more than you had before.
Yep. Threat will be more than happy to spend the time and even extra time if he has to, making sure, double checking.
What are the rest of y'all doing while this one here is basically doing advanced mathematics?
Likely assisting with the advanced mathematics.
Do you want to roll a navigation to assist or something else?
I'm gonna roll a knowledge.
Go ahead and do so.
Would I be able to roll Explorer to help?
Yes, Vari, go ahead and roll another navigation too. Because
Okay.
they're all going into mode B, apparently. Leaving last to stand there.
I mean,
24
Shoal
to
doesn't.
assist.
Shoal doesn't really have anything else to contribute in this instance other than his explore check. So,
that is not nearly as good. So I'm gonna burn a reroll.
Could I assist with knowledge planes?
Nat 20.
Nice. Unfortunately, no.
And a 19 on the dice, so that is a 25 before modifiers.
I have a 31.
What'd you get, by the way, Dr. Volt?
24.
24. So give me a second here. And what was your total, Vari?
25 before bonuses from tools. So yeah.
Probably add up all those bonuses.
Or just
Yeah,
tell me
give
what
me
the
a
bonuses
second.
are.
It should be let's see. 2 for the Wayfinder. Int bonus from the Astrolabe, so that would be an additional 1. 2 from the star charts, so 5 bonus, so 30.
which gives you a total of that. We got that. Okay. Dr. Volt, your contribution. There's English. I can speak English. Your contribution ends up being that you guys remember that there are telescopes that you guys might be able to actually use to be able to seek further. Once you guys have plotted a chart, you can verify it using the telescopes.
Nice.
If you guys are willing to spend the few hours sitting there in front of the world mirror, Vari, yes, you think you can actually get you there. When the letter said they were close to the darkness, they meant it. You're pretty sure it'll take Dextra at least 3, if not 4 or 5 jumps to get to the edge. Like that.
That's mildly concerning. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Though Fred will notate and well, to everyone else that it will be several jumps.
Shoal shrugs.
And also, yeah, Fred will let it be known that he would be more than happy to go and confirm with an observatory, because making absolutely certain that we know exactly where we are going is very important in this situation.
Yes.
And with the hitch in my throat, I slowly look over to Zim and go, "What now, pupper?"
What?
What are you doing?
He's going to the bridge.
Okay.
Running down, over it, under it, and up to Erebane.
Erebane's going to blink. Hi, Paint.
He is sending a mental image of Last and Erebane on opposite sides of the table. Candles flickering, large mound of meat in the middle, and the bucket of flowers.
Erebane stares at you for several moments. Excuse me?
He sneezes.
Uh-oh.
And explodes in fire this time.
Like Erebane knew it was coming, he slid back just a little bit and goes, "Bless you."
At this point, he might need to be unblessed.
The
Curse
dog's gonna
you.
figure it out sooner or later. And Erebane goes, or shakes his head no, and goes, No,
Nod.
that has not happened.
He shakes his head. And sends along an image of, the sky with the sun and going down and down until it's evening.
Erebane stares at you.
He then sends the mental image of the new house.
Yes, he's got a new house.
With Doggo Erebane walking up to the door.
Uh-huh.
And Doggo last answering.
Mm-hmm.
And then the scene with the table and everything.
You want me to come over for dinner?
Nods.
A candlelit dinner.
Nods.
Where are you?
He tilts his head.
I don't see you at the table.
He nods.
Are you trying to put me up on a date with Last?
Nod.
The answer is no. It would be unprofessional for somebody who is technically his superior in God to be in a relationship with somebody that could be considered a subordinate.
Paint looks all types of confused at that.
Social stuff. The answer is no, though. I appreciate the effort. You're a good boy.
Important question, though. Is Era wearing the blanket?
Yes, he is.
Good.
Primarily just covering his tail right now. But yes, he is.
Okay, good. Good.
Moth, I will put you in a jar, and then I'll put that jar in a jar, and then I'll put that jar in a jar in a jar, and then I'll put you in a box.
I'm
And then
gonna
you'll send that
assume.
And then you'll
box-
mail that box to yourself.
I'm going to assume that if Erebane was not wearing the blanket, Paint was not going to believe him.
Yes. Probably.
Aw.
At least about being a good dog. Because he's a dog and he needs the validation of others.
Right,
I'm a
Mala,
cat and I need the validation of others.
the ship of Theseus requires there to be a ship to rebuild. There ain't nothing of this one left.
Aw.
No ship
Yeah.
for you, die.
That thing sank into an underwater volcano. There ain't nothing left.
I didn't realize you were trying your ship in Subnautica.
I mean,
Where do you think we are?
Twilight, not Subnautica.
hey, we had the whole world of Subnautica that one time.
That wasn't quite Subnautica, to be
I'm-
fair.
I'm gonna vote that we now ignore Mala for the rest of the evening.
Bet, let's go.
I'm all for
And-
banning him.
Aw.
I was just gonna time him out.
Just to explain Epic, Last is a paladin of Erebane.
Yeah, so this is the situation of the superior and their subordinate. So it would be wildly unprofessional.
And also the power dynamic.
Yes.
Very bad power dynamic there.
Hey, there's
Epic.
some great Dom sub relationships out there, just saying.
But
Look, if
we
I
also
wanna tease
don't.
Key.
We
Uh,
don't
well-
want Last Lost getting a netherite orb in his chest or something.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I'm confused.
Epic's comment about Mala getting timed out or banned was very funny.
Nothing of value was lost.
Oh.
Thirsty. But anything else you want with Erebane there, Paint?
Paint is squinting at Erebane.
If you never bring it up again, I'll deal with all 10 of those soul fragments tonight.
He looks contemplative. And then sends along the deal with them part, you know, just echoing what Erebane said with a question mark.
The thing you've been begging me to do for the last several months.
He sends along Doggo Araban with a hammer in his mouth, coming down on the soul echoes.
Is that what you want?
He shakes his head.
What is it that you want?
He sends along a bunch of mini Doggo Arabans running around.
Pats your head.
He's a Fae. He's going to make sure that the terms of this deal are very clear.
Technically, dealing with them could also deal with dealing them in a game, like as a bet.
There are many ways that you could deal with them, yes.
Which is why Paint is making sure.
He is going to send the mini Arabans running around again more forcefully with the question mark.
Yes.
Then he nods and runs back up the bridge.
Arabane waits until you're gone and then smirks and he goes, when I decide it's tonight.
Get played, idiot.
I was wondering when that was going to come up because in my head I kept going, wait, isn't Twilight usually just in a perpetual crepuscular time period?
Yep.
Like,
Except for one zone.
yeah. So it's like whenever Arabane decides tonight is, it's tonight.
And every time Eric can go, it's not nighttime yet.
Rude. Rude.
And Paint's gonna realize, oh, I played myself.
I'm not sure he
I
will ever
played
realize
the
that.
game.
Paint is not used to timey-wimey nonsense.
Yeah.
Skill issue.
I played the Fae game and won. I'm assuming you're going back to the bakery to wait, correct, Paint?
No.
Where are you going specifically?
He is going back to the butcher shop.
Are you buying more meat?
Yes.
Why? Does Last even have room for more meat?
I don't.
Also, get something different.
That's funny.
He is
Look, all
going
I'm saying
back.
is Paint is almost done with the meat dragon.
He is going in. And this time he is buying a large variety of high quality meat. 54 pounds of it.
Roll me 10 percentile dice and read off the number to me each time. Let's see if how much you end up spending here.
24?
Mm-hmm. Because you're probably going after the pricey
Yes. 5? 28? Let's see, that's 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
38. 52. That would be 5. So 5 more.
Yep.
7.
Of course he's rolling low this time.
28.
Viv, this is like the opposite of the time that I had you roll a bunch.
0.
Wow.
Oh wait, no, that would be 100.
Yep. 2 more.
To be fair, it was way funnier that I was rolling higher.
7. And 86.
Poor worry.
375 scales is how much you're trying to pack.
375?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And like I said, very large variety, but all high quality.
Okay.
So, I know how we're gonna win over people later when we have to go campaigning.
Free food.
You said 375 again?
Yes.
Meat pies for everyone.
And after he has that, he will slowly walk his way to the mirror. Because that's where they were last time. Or where they were headed.
So you guys are finishing up your thing, and Pate walks up with a sack full of meat.
Paint is going up to Shoal.
Distressed smoke lion noises, happy cat shark noises.
Not
Shoal is
distressed. Sorry. go
Shoal is looking suspicious.
ahead. Lost shoulders sag as he leans forward. His vapors are all drooping on the ground. The tail is just down right
Shoal
now.
recognizes a bribe when he sees one. What do you want?
You get mental image of Paint and Shoal running along hunting together.
Shoal squints.
Wag wag.
So let me get this straight. You're bribing me to go hunt food with you.
He shakes his head.
Shoal tilts his head. Elaborate.
You just get one word in your head. Friends?
He's paying to be your friend.
Shoal looks like he's in pain.
If I can't get your friendness through kindness, I'm going to buy it! Is this where
Shoal-
You Got a Friend in Me starts to play?
He's got a frenemy, all right. Shoal size. And here I thought he didn't understand cat shark culture that much.
Clearly he learned from the Apology House party.
Yep.
I was going to say the apology salmon, which I still hear in Rolf's voice now.
That's the only way to hear something like that, though. So, I mean...
Ralph is the best.
Shoal does not want to accept it on principle, but... Shoal is also, at least in Shoal's mind, it would be incredibly rude to say no to that amount of food. For something as... unfortunately innocuous as friendship. Fine.
I mean, let's face it. Plenty of cats have managed to accept the loud idiot being the loud idiot again, but they're still their friend, even if they are annoying the hell out of them right now.
As
Jesus
Pete
Christ,
is-
calm down, loud idiot.
As Paint is probably going to annoy the hell out of Shoal as he lets out a loud chi of happiness and starts bouncing around.
Shoal just lets out a very put-upon groan.
Fret just kind of does the consolatory pat to like one of Shoal's shoulder blades.
Dang it.
Paint has achieved friendship with Shoal.
Last puts his hands behind his back, walks over to Shoal, and sighs. You know this was inevitable, right?
I was hoping he wasn't going to pay enough attention to realize he could do that.
It's pain. He's paying far more attention than we give him credit for.
Brett nods.
And yet not enough.
I mean, food is something Pate is very interested in. When food is involved,
fair.
Pate is very much paying attention.
Fred scribbles out on his chalkboard. It's a culture difference thing.
Though Paint
Right,
also does not see this as a bribe, he sees this as, oh, this is what he has to do.
That's still a bribe. You're basically just you're buying Shoal off. And unfortunately, for that amount of meat, Shoal is willing to put up with quite a bit before he goes, okay, you need to leave me alone forever again.
Your meat quotient has paid its dividends. Get the hell out of my house.
Basically.
And then Paint
Paint
shows
sees it as
up.
a rite of... What?
Paint shows up later with more meat.
Oh lord.
I mean, that is how it works. When someone you don't want to be friends with you in cat shark culture is trying to be your friend. You're basically going, I will make it worth your while to be my friend.
Oh.
Oh, so that's how Akiar makes friends.
I think Akiar mostly makes friends due to how fucking adorable he is, to be fair. Have you seen his face? I don't think many people could tell him no.
I'm not familiar with this.
I've actually found art of them, by the way. That ancient art that I made ages ago.
Yeah, I think that was one I wasn't able to save back in the day, because it was on like fucking Skype.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah, this was in the old days of Kai and I's friendship.
Yee.
The ancient times.
Yes.
You're all gonna make me feel fucking old again.
Sorry.
Well, it's mostly because I've been friends with Kai for like 12 years?
Something like that.
It might be more than that.
Somewhere between I believe I met Kai before you, Vari.
Uh-huh.
So probably closer to actually, yeah, probably around 15 years, because I think I was still in high school barely at the time. 15 or 14 years, I think. At least that's what it feels like.
All I know is I think I knew Key before Skype, because I think I remember having him on AIM. But I'm also that old, to the point where I had to have Trillion with, Skype, MSN, Yahoo, and ICQ.
God, all of those
What was-
different
what was-
messengers back then.
What was that one that we used to use, Vari? The one that got shut down.
I think it was Trillium. Or does that still exist?
Trillion does still exist. Trillion just allowed you to log into the other chat platforms.
Yeah.
I want to
Because,
say it started with like an A.
Because some people only had a Yahoo, but wouldn't have an MSN or AIM. So you had to, if you wanted to speak to a bunch of people, you had to have them all. And then you get that one freakazoid that had to have ICQ for some reason.
I still remember
I had
those
a couple
adorable
friends.
little avatars that you could have on AIM, where they were animated and would actually talk based on what you send in the messages. Those were fun.
Regardless.
Anyway.
It sounds like you guys are moving on to a telescope, though.
Yes. On the way, Lost is just gonna try and fill in paint on what we're doing.
Do we want to take a short break so people can stand, since we're at about the midpoint to our session? We got about an hour and a half left.
I would like the
Standing
chance to
sounds good.
stand, yeah, because I've been sitting crisscross for a while.
Yep. Let's take a
Standing
short
good.
break. Everybody stand. Everybody get water. Everybody take care of yourselves.
All right.
Then we'll get to the thing.
Be right
I
back.
just walked into a door.
Nice.
Good
Did
job.
you just say you walked into a door?
Yes.
Yep.
Good job.
All right. Be right back.
Okay.
Guru, that's a little complicated. Give me a moment and I'll explain a little more.
Go to bed, Mala.
I'm gonna go reheat a burrito.
I'm going to continue eating these chips. They are delicious.
I am back.
Welcome back.
So, Guru, are you referring to, like, the, setting, or just, you know...
All the stuff on the table physically.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the setting. But then Mala kind of pointed out that, you might be referring to just the fact that we're using Tabletop Sim.
Oh, he might be. Yeah, I run off a tabletop sim. If you want to know more about the setting, though, you can hop in my Discord. I do have this the City of Twilight setting in my Discord. But yeah, I use a program called Tabletop Sim when I run because it allows me to put in all sorts of 3D assets and use physics and stuff, which I don't use as much as I used to because I don't have as much energy as I used to, but I've made some cool stuff. And, you know, since we're waiting for Key anyways, why don't I save the table really quickly and show you guys some of the stuff I've done in the past. And see if this helps either break or fix Taya.
Well, while you're bringing that up, as for the setting itself, it's a little complicated. Because the actual... It's not so much that the setting is advanced, it's still kind of your fantasy-oriented setting. But it does have... It's got people from all over the multiverse, basically. And as such, you know, some come in that are from a more modern setting, some come in from a sci-fi. I know Paint is from a very much fantasy setting. So on and so forth. And it kind of creates an amalgamation of all of those different settings into one.
There's a way for me as the GM to be like, everything exists because I said so. Yeah, you're going to experience everything and multiple layers of it.
Greetings.
Yeah, Guru, it's a big melting pot, which
Yes.
Definitely has its pros and cons.
Oh, the fancy map.
Yeah, I felt like showing off for a moment some of the stuff I've done. That's not the one I want. Halloween. Here's this board. The angel fight.
Oh, I remember that fight. Fight was so good.
Yeah.
And this is why I use Tabletop Sim. I just wish I had the energy to do this more often, because building this particular board took me around 20 hours to get everything to actually function the way I wanted it to.
Do you still have the tower defense board?
I might. Let me look. Nimbus. Yes, I do. Save game. Right here.
And these are from our he made these himself, and these are from a previous campaign.
Yep, the 3D assets were pulled from the workshop, but the 2D maps that you see as an underlay, I made myself. And just pulling in utilities and tools and messing around, I was able to make a bunch of stuff. I tried to make a better version of this map, and I had a better version of this map with flowing grass, but it would have crashed Key's computer at the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean,
No, it's fine.
this worked
Sorry.
great though.
Yeah, that fight was so fucking good.
Tabletop Sim's environment is actually so weirdly coded, you can actually create black holes in the programming.
Yep.
These are black hole items.
Yep, I found it randomly and used it for a end of existence short shot. And Arrow was like, can you link me to that? I want to steal it. And it got used.
So it's neat. But yeah, if you want to learn more about the setting, there is a document that it describes the setting in my Discord. So just hop over to my channel, and if you type an exclamation point Discord, it should give you the Discord. That's some of the stuff I've done in the past that I wish I had more energy for now, but...
Oh, Taya's view of it wasn't loading for him, so it's apparently something on Tabletop Simulator. Maybe. Or something.
I'm still going to
I
blame
don't know.
Comcast.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, Guru, I use Fantasy Grounds for most of my games because we started with D&D, and Fantasy Grounds has the nice thing of all of the rules and everything for D&D are available directly in the program. Same with Pathfinder. And so it makes it much easier to run a game when it's taking care of a lot of the, what does this thing do? What does that thing do for you?
Yeah.
And, like, while I don't need it anymore for Scar, which is our main focus nowadays, the Fantasy Grounds devs have been incredibly supportive of the channel and such, So it's kind of like they deserve the loyalty.
Yep, which I'm fine with. I will show you guys a sneak peek, though, since we're on the subject and we're about to do some interesting things. Darklands. I have started a
Oh.
board for Darklands. On all these, click Don't Ask Again and Open. And you should be able to pull up your character sheets on those two screens over there. But I'm working on things for Darklands. Those are little roll mats. If you put all the dice on them and click roll, it should parse them out.
Oh, neat.
Mm-hmm.
So how would I put a character sheet on? Oh, would this be for the scar sheet?
Yep, each place will have one. I just haven't finished it yet because I'm messing around with things to see if I can get other things to work. But if you go behind the GM screen, the Scar book is currently open up behind the DM screen.
Neat.
Yeah, poor Taya's connection is just
Not handling this.
not liking this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't worry. I know the pain of what this was like, all during the dang Nimbus campaign, I believe.
You and Vari both had such problems.
Yep. But
Just different
let's-
kinds of problems.
I think
But-
part of it was some of the files were just too big for me to load, like on a metered connection.
Yeah, I had to shrink some file sizes because I tend to make huge files sizes.
And actually, that might be a part of the problem of maybe there's some sort of a file size issue or something.
It might be. This table's getting quite full now of art and stuff, so
Oh, we may need efficiency bags.
maybe at some point. Or it could be his internet because I've never seen his tabletop ever do this before, though. So I'm still blaming Comcast.
That's fair.
If it happens next week, we'll get some
Efficiency bags.
efficiency
yeah.
bags. Yeah, I'm sorry, Taya's stream. I guess you'll have to wait until the campaign actually starts.
And I troubleshoot some shit.
But in the meantime, you guys all head off to the observatories. If I remember correctly, they're in the Eclipse Warfront, or not the Eclipse Warfront, number 19.
The
Yep,
Starlight
Starlight
Observatory.
Observatory.
There we go. Brain can work.
All the way out there.
Yep. So the question is do you want to go back to somebody you've met before, or are you just going to look for a place that you can pay to use an observatory?
There is
Oh.
that one observatory that we went to. We could swing by and see if he's available.
Yeah, there's that guy, and I think the Lich that we spoke to at one point, for some reason or another, was also in the observatories.
Yes, the one that Dr. Volt had to work with to get a bunch of scrolls.
Oh. We could go to our two connections first to see what we can get there, because interacting with people that we know is a faster way to get things done usually.
Yep, so which one would you like to go to first?
Taya, what you think? Or Dr. Volt, thoughts?
Well, he is sort of a reclusive one, so if he would have a better chance going to the telescope. It was the telescope or the Lich, right? Or
Or
like
the
just completely
oh, what's
flatlined
the?
it?
Yeah, was it a gnome or something for the other one?
Yes, he was the one with the very dusty home, and the purveyor of your first mission, if I recall correctly.
Yes. was. Yeah, he's the guy who wanted us to investigate the world that was made of candy.
Yes.
Let's go visit him.
You guys travel all the way to his home with that lovely telescope up, and you see the telescope inching here and there, meaning that he's probably behind it again. He probably hasn't moved. And I don't remember how this NPC sounded, so you're getting a new voice.
That's fine.
You knock on the door, and it takes him a while to finally come down. And when he opens the door, he goes, "Did you bring me more candy?"
Lost just randomly pulls out a cream-filled eclair.
Is this from that world?
If I say yes, will you let us in?
Fred
He
shakes his head,
pauses.
though.
You have business then?
Fred nods.
Is it that measurement thing that you were working on before?
Fred shakes his head.
He squints. Are you just bribing me for my telescope?
Fred finger guns.
Recaller's owing me a favor. He rubs his chin. Recaller's owing me a favor. Takes the cream puff, opens up the door. Recaller's owing me a favor. It's a great thing. I will take it.
I'd say I'll have regrets, but it's possible that I won't have any regrets to come back to.
At the same time, you also gave me lenses to look at things, so be good. Going up. I guess I got to clean. He looks back. Everything's covered in a fine layer of dust. You can still see your footprints from the last time you guys were here.
Because that part is slightly less dusty.
Yes.
Oh, this is one of the observatories that's outfitted with the special lenses.
Yes, because you guys brought him some.
Nice. Which that would be a good thing to check, is to make sure that there's not any disturbances on our pathway there.
So, Dr. Volt, why don't you go ahead and roll me a science of some form while Vari rolls that navigation check at a +10 because he's got the star maps.
Well, I guess that is a science of some form.
So let me see if I can boost that a little further just in case.
If it's a science of some form, can I use craft technology?
Yes.
Okay, then that's a total of a 30.
Understood. And I want everybody in the party to do me a favor and roll percentiles. The scientist has gotten a new thing, so that way he doesn't have to explain stuff again. A little screen for you all to view.
Percentiles, you say?
Not percentiles, perceptions. I don't know why I said percentiles. Perceptions.
Perceptions.
Okay, so that is...
Oh, I rolled bad.
33.
Got it on navigation.
Yep, 33.
11.
My perception is 24.
Okay, paint.
I will say, just to make sure that you do realize, this is Paint's first time here.
Yes, I know it's your first time here.
Okay.
Yep, I don't think any of us are going to explain anything.
Oh, right,
about
that
here.
means I have to describe the house, don't I?
Uh-huh.
Oh boy, well,
Oh
the
no, I've thought of something very...
Waiting for the joke.
No, this isn't a joke.
Is it a pun?
So, what has Paint been doing all day that has caused problems?
Sneezing.
And what would be very bad for someone who's sneezing a lot?
Dust.
So just to get a quick description of the house out of the way, the bottom level of the house looks like something that you could expect to see in a movie from one of those intellectual types when it comes to their office. There are bookshelves with nice books. There's definitely a display case with different scientific-y things in there. You know, the old English guy, professor kind of level of stuff. There's definitely a couch, chairs, a table, but it's all covered in a thick layer of dust, like nobody's been down here forever. On the opposite side of the house, when you go upstairs to the observatory, which looks like your standard observatory with some extra baubles because he's had funding recently, spotless, because he's here all the time.
So,
Fair enough. Also 34 on Paint's perception.
Don't worry,
Also,
he won't sneeze up here. Go ahead.
upon seeing Layer of Dust, Fred will pull out a scarf and offer it to Paint.
Oh,
It is a filter scarf.
Paint will accept.
I mean, my knowledge of
Some-
dog psychology is assuming that you have just been offered a game of tug.
Oh no!
but Zim, you're saying?
I mean, unfortunately, Volt ruined the punchline there, but
Oh, sorry.
yes, he is biting onto the other end of it.
And Fred just immediately lets go of the other end.
Paint looks disappointed.
Shoal is going to
Fred-
look at Paint and go, you wear that over your face so you don't sneeze from all the dust.
Yeah, Fred will do the pantomiming, wrapping it around your head type thing.
Paint will take it over to last.
Also, I have LinkedIn game related to the item.
I'm assuming last
Sorry.
will scarf the doggo.
I will. Sorry, I was eating burrito.
It's fine. I was trying to sneak chips in while I had the chance because I'm hungry.
Hungry?
Yes, I haven't eaten dinner. Or mala,
Oh, no.
because reasons.
Might be in
He
the
went to bed,
kitchen
to be fair.
preparing some food myself.
But Paint, they're double checking everything, and Vari, you have to make some minor adjustments to your thing. You discovered that there's one last planet that's not on your star maps that has a sphere, but it seems to be pretty well dead. But
Oh,
it
dead
is a
sphere.
better last stop place that'll get you a little bit closer. Paint, however, notices something very interesting when they're flipping between the different lenses and stuff. A slight shimmer, like a tube or something that goes from that planet.
Oh.
Paint's going to send a mental image of exactly what he saw.
Dr. Volt. And last. Dr. Volt, roll your knowledge everything. Last, please roll a knowledge planes.
Only a 21.
Also a 21.
Are you guys sure you want to keep those? And don't want to
We-
perhaps do a reroll?
Yep, y'all were just at the world mirror.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I didn't even mark that reroll down, so here now I don't
I kept
have to
track
mark
of it, don't
down.
worry.
I still got a 21.
I didn't see the dice roll. Roll it again.
I've got a 25.
I got a 23.
Well, at least Key will get it. You guys have to go back and look over it, and you do eventually get the right settings to bring it into clarity. Key. This shouldn't exist. It's a tunnel like very powerful shadow creature jumped recently through this area. It seems to still be subsisting. Maybe some sort of negative energy being? Didn't... It got close to that weird, strange planet. If you guys travel it back, you guys could save almost half the time you need to jump, but you'd be basically jumping through an energy wormhole by somebody else's creation. The fact that it's still there is kind of haunting.
Worrying is the word you're looking for.
Unless Era intentionally used the that word, which might bode well for us.
Which word?
Haunting.
Haunting.
Haunting. Yeah.
I hope me munching is not coming through in the voice.
It is.
It is.
Damn it. Sorry, hold on.
The moment I said, I hope the, and I was like, yeah, it is.
That shouldn't be there. That's a hole, a tunnel left by something. Given the shape, it was probably something from the negative energy plane. Maybe? Or it could be an inhabitant of the Oblivion.
Fred has a concerned look.
Given
What are the odds it's something that was on that planet and left after, the planet over?
The odds are high. If it's still persisting after all this time...
Clarification required. Is it a channel between the last stop and the destination we're going to, or is it between that planet and Twilight? What exactly is the...
It's that planet and somewhere out in space. It's not near Twilight, and it's not going to your destination.
But it is a thing that could be used to cut significant amount of travel from the trip there, or the trip back. How exactly will you?
You don't
it's a
know if
trip
it's
there.
going trip there for sure. You're not sure if it's going to be there when you guys are done. As I said, it's odd that it's still there and stable.
Whatever left that behind was likely powerful, or it's being stabilized.
If it's being stabilized, that's a terrible place to go.
But it will cut down our time. Where it goes, I'm not sure. Considering where it's aimed, I don't think we have any way to find out. Unless we go through.
Could it not be... sorry, this wormhole is like something that could get us to the destination place faster?
Yes.
Could it not be something that your god you dislike created to allow passage there so he could receive aid?
I suppose? He sort of shrugs. I don't know enough about Avnos to say for sure.
Yep. Reminder, this would just get you to the planet that is closest to the area that you guys are going to. This is like a shortcut in the middle of space.
Yeah. Fred will raise a finger and not even bothering to chalkboard this. He's going straight into telepathying the group. Wait. This might be something to do with the individuals that were fiddling with threads of fate. and then just kind of stares at Lost, side-eyeing.
There's too many variables. But we're running out of time. And who knows how long it may take for us to fix whatever's wrong with that afterlife, if it can even be fixed at all.
Fret will just kind of sigh and shrug and suggest. So we probably should pick up some positive energy aligned weapons of some sort or something.
Viv, check your DMs, by the way.
Oh boy.
Fret will further suggest, maybe get you some positive enchanted ammunition.
I would offer to supply said things, however, time is not exactly upon our side at the moment.
Fret nods.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. Not time, but the ammunition.
Fret head tilts.
Well, do you recall Dr. Morin telling you how I am? A part of my essence is devouring in nature.
And this somehow translates to no need for ammunition?
I need ammunition, but I've recently come across an interesting facet of the power that Erebane has bestowed me. Whether it comes up or not, we'll have to see.
Fret head tilts.
The long and the short of it is it seems like I'm able to imbue my weaponry with positive or negative energy, but only when it comes to harm.
He is really quiet for me.
Well, sorry. Lost is explaining that he is able to imbue his weapons with positive or negative energy, but only when it comes to harming things.
Fret just nods. But Fret also does pull a ingot of metal out of his bag and notes, I do also have this that I need to do something with.
Lost tilts his head. And that is...
Spire Steel. I got 2 sets. This is the second set. It would probably make some good bullets.
Out of character, I forget what Spire Steel does.
It staggers on a crit.
When have I ever crit?
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Sorry I'm not playing Victor the Crit Machine, but yeah, Last does not have that kind of luck.
But yeah, it's Spire Steel exhibits an innate attraction for soul energy. Weapons crafted from Spire Steel appear hungry for the very substance of the foes they are wielded against. When the wielder confirms a critical hit with a Spire Steel weapon, the target must succeed at a will save DC 10 plus double the weapon's enhancement bonus, or be staggered for 1 round as a portion of its soul is carved away.
Supposing that the creature has a soul, stares at the Unravelers.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Hopefully, he says.
Hopefully.
So, what is your plan?
I know our luck.
All right. Here's my suggestion. We go as soon as possible. We'll need to inform Dextra. And I will need to craft an amount of ammunition for my rifle. Otherwise, I'll be stuck with my usual arms.
Brett nods.
We won't be able to leave by tomorrow, but likely the day after.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not
Objections?
fall.
Thoughts?
@Kazu_Varley
One
raided
sec.
my stream with 25 viewers.
Kazu, hey there. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. I hope your fundraiser went well today. But thank you so much for that raid. Welcome. Thanks for sharing your community. You guys have come into the middle of our Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder campaign. I hope you all enjoy your stay here and in the show and all that. But yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it went well for you. For those that don't know, Kazu is currently trying to raise some funds for his dad, who is needing some surgery.
Cool.
So, yeah, if you guys can help out, go on over to his channel tomorrow and help him out, please.
Alright.
But yeah, from now here I'll be in the chat.
So, you guys are going to take a couple of days to supply up and then leave, it sounds like, correct?
Yeah, today and tomorrow to supply ourselves and then go.
Brett's probably going to want to check in on the druids, and if they haven't finished the map, probably be like, hey, we're going to be gone for a little bit because we have a recallers thing.
Yep, that was a thing that sounds reasonable.
Yep, I can tell you that when you show up to the druids, you don't exactly know where this guy lives, and you get tossed around for a bit before you come up to what is unexcusably definitely a modern household.
Oh no.
Of course.
And we're talking, you know, the white couch, the white furniture, the white walls, all that nonsense. Definitely has like an electric stove with the solar panels on his roof and all that nonsense going. So this is probably one of the most modern houses you've seen in Twilight in a while.
At least it's eco-friendly.
Man, I got like a 0 footprint. If we're like in reality, like here, I know it like doesn't matter, man, but you gotta like be eco-neutral in the soul, man.
This fucking
Brett
guy.
nods.
But he'll be like, yeah, so like I'm working on it. There's like this interference though in some places. And like I went to those places and like I could see my hands move through like time. And that's not like a good thing.
Brett shakes his head.
So like I gotta like push through that. It's gonna take me like another like time amount because like time's not real. It's all in your head. And because it's like all in your head, like it exists but it doesn't, and therefore I have to like sync my brain waves with like the outside world and not soak too far in. Otherwise, it'll be like last time where I think I went backwards because nobody remembered me. Get my like vibe, man.
Fred has a very concerned look, but will telepathy at the guy. Oh yeah, that sounds kind of like hopping spheres as a recaller.
He jumps, he goes, "Whoa! Whoa, is that spell still going, dude? Here, let me fix that." He's gonna try and head bonk you.
No, he does that on his own.
Yeah, Fred just will gesture at his muzzle.
Oh, the guy that gave me the shark bite tattoo, Radical. How you doing? What were you talking about?
Fred has a confused look.
He stares at you for an uncomfortably long amount of time and then snaps his fingers and does finger guns. The map, looking for that lead paint. I found at least like where its origin store is though. It has like police do not cross lines. The guy that was guarding the door that wouldn't let me in said it was one of the kidnappings from a few time increments ago. Did you know that we got a calendar now? Wild,
nods.
man.
Joel blinks and then kind of goes, "I'm not surprised." On the kidnapping part.
I guess I shouldn't be either. Like, apparently a lot of stuff's been going on. Outside
Yeah,
of, like, here.
Oh yeah, there's crazy stuff going on. We're trying to help fix it, which is why we need the map. Very important to restore balance to Twilight.
Oh, bro, I get your vibes. I'm totally working on it. I just gotta dodge the little minuscule pockets of time that make things go fuzzy. I think somebody figured out how to get, like, time going in certain places, and there's, like, remnants and echoes of that still.
Yeah,
you
we
wouldn't notice unless you're using, like, the magic, and he does the wiggly fingers at you.
But yeah, we're since we're recallers, we're gonna be gone for a few days at least because we have a small mission to go on to.
Awesome. That should, like, give me a chance to, like, finish this map. Maybe.
Fred will telepathy. You be careful though, because these guys are kind of dangerous. If it gets sketchy, you get out, okay?
Oh, nah, man. I'll be fine.
Fred
You
gives him
better.
a concerned look.
He smiles, and he suddenly looks sober, and he goes, "I will be perfectly fine."
I'm calling it now. This guy is like level 20.
Yeah, that's the vibe I get. This dude is definitely like a high level druid, and he just doesn't care anymore.
15.
Close enough.
Yeah.
High
Damn,
level
you know,
druid.
druids get to skate around all sorts of limits put in by divine beings because they themselves are going through nature. So, you know, the hard cap around here is supposed to be 10. Nah. Then his expression softens up and he goes, "Yeah, I don't get to do that often. I'm glad you took the bait."
Shoal just lets out a good-natured sigh.
Fred will also note. Oh, by the way, yeah, apparently the ocean is populated now, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, we saw there was like this giant dragon that came by and did some weird things, and then suddenly there was a bunch of energy, so we made like a bunch of fish. We also made this 8-legged thing that has a squishy head. It like just came into our brains and we made it. We're gonna call it an Oedipus.
It's an octopus.
But I made it. Well, we made it. We get to name it the Oedipus.
But they're from my planet. They're called octopus.
But what is an octopus?
It's the thing you made.
But it's an Oedipus because it's got 8 legs, man.
Fret, just
I will refuse to call them that.
Fret kind of just slowly is leaning to one side, needing something to brace against.
So,
But you don't understand. We even came up with a plural. It's going to be Oedipizzas.
I'm just imagining, because he didn't call them tentacles, he called them legs. So just, the head of an octopus, but with a bunch of just human legs sticking out of it.
Oh, somebody's going to fan art that tomorrow.
Shoal, yes.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Shoal thinks that Shoal thinks that he's talking about an octopus, but no. It's worse.
We thought about calling them Oedipides, but nobody likes Oedipides. He nods.
I mean, considering the reception millipedes and centipedes got.
Out of character, I hate him. I hate him so much. In character, yeah, it's too bad. But I guess I should go back to my wee-woo circle and, do the connecting with the world thing. And, work. Oh, how'd the happiness go? Do you still have, happiness in your palm? Do you need more?
Fred still has it on his palm.
Oh, you didn't use it. You should use it with some zip zoom, man. I got some zip zoom. Do you want some zip zoom?
Shoal squints and goes, is that just a haste spell?
Hey,
Maybe, kinda. With
Era,
extra stuff. Yes?
check the art channel.
No.
No.
Damn it.
Oh
Don't you dare.
no!
My kobold character loves the squirmy spaghetti.
Okay, so I hate centipedes in particular, out of character, because when I was growing up, my household had 2 bathrooms, and my parents were trying to teach me, responsibility or something, so they made me use the downstairs basement bathroom that centipedes got into, and those fuckers bit.
Ooh.
And they would chase you down to bite you. So if you weren't paying attention, you'd look down and there would be a centipede on one side of the corner of the bathroom. You'd wash your hands or something, look up, and the motherfucker would be right next to you trying to bite you. So I hate them.
Rude little bastard.
Yes, and then I'd get yelled at because I'd let the spiders stay. And they would take care of the centipedes. And my mom would come down and be like, there's spider webs everywhere. What the hell are you doing? You're not keeping this place clean. I'd be like, it takes care of the damn centipedes.
But the thing that is aggressive and will get into bathrooms and stuff around here for those are scorpions. Yeah, that's not fun.
If it's worse than centipedes, no thanks. But I've also considered keeping a scorpion as a pet. But no, he's basically offering you a drug that will definitely make you zip zoom everywhere, but it'll also be like drinking 7 cups of coffee at the same time. After never having coffee in your life.
Era.
Well, I mean...
I nearly choked on my burrito.
Anyways, Fred shakes his head no.
All right, man. Well, you all have a fantastic whatever time it is, and I'm gonna go do the magic-y thing. Yeah. Thumbs up.
Fred nods.
Stands there like he forgot what he did for a moment, then shuts the door.
And Fred will just turn to Shoal and let out a sigh. back to. Actually, we should stop by the world mirror for a little bit.
Need an eye bleach, brain bleach.
Yeah.
I mean,
enough.
yeah, it's going back to the world mirror and getting a reroll would be a good idea.
Yeah.
So you guys got 2 days to kill anything in particular anybody needs to do. Yes, you could get your sword reforged there, Fret.
Oh, that already happened. It's
Oh,
he
good.
got two sets. It's just he's got
Oh, okay.
he's got 2,000 GP worth of Spire Steel that he isn't doing anything with.
Yep. So Key's making ammo. Is anybody else looking for anything in specific before we kind of do the y'all leaving thing?
Paint is doing classes.
Understood. Go ahead and take 2 days of classes.
8
Dr.
hours
Volt, you
each,
doing
I
anything
assume?
fancy? Yes.
Dr. Volt will be preparing various, just his class skill devices that I haven't decided on yet during these 2 days.
No worries. You'll probably have time. Go ahead.
Tret actually is going to go help with ammo, and also will offer offer Lost the Spire Steel to make ammo with. It would make 200 rounds of ammunition.
If we even have the time to make that many?
Well, I mean, you could make some.
Yeah, you could make some, which you'll have to roll your craft rolls for.
So when it comes to crafting ammunition, because I have gunsmithing, and I do have a point in craft alchemy, I made sure to grab that. I do not have to roll craft in order to make ammunition, guns, or repair guns.
Oh, nice. How much ammunition can you make, though?
I can make 1,000 GP worth a day, which is why it's like, I don't know how much Spire Steel ammo I can make, because that's a special...
100 rounds.
100 rounds in a day, which means 200 rounds, divide that by 5, and I think I have 40 mags.
That is a lot of that stuff. That's a lot of very dangerous bullets. Good.
That's a lot
There
of
is.
cuisines.
Shoal, anything you want to do with those 2 days, since that's almost everybody but you.
Oh, do I even have anything I can do? The real question. What do I have here? I do still have a bunch of seals. What would be useful? Do need to get some more marble caltrops at the very least. So we'll at least do that. Minor shopping spree for Shoal just to snag a few little knickknacks.
Understood.
He already knows what shops to go to get them.
And then really quickly check your DMs to make sure. Because I believe that, if I am not mistaken... So you guys are going to go ahead and you're going to inform Dextrel, who's like, are you guys absolutely sure that you want to do this? Because it sounds like I'd be sending you out of my own reach.
We're aware it could be a one-way trip. But I have to try.
Well, if you insist, you already have all the jump points figured out.
Lost will gesture to Fret, who likely has everything mapped out, like 6 ways to Sunday.
Yeah, Fret will unroll map.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm going to be on a desolate planet by myself for a few days. I'm going to need a rest after all that.
Fret will suggest via telepathy, so yeah. Telepathy ping everybody, including Dextral. Maybe I should visit my patron on the way just to make sure and maybe see if I could arrange a backup plan.
I shudder to think what he would want as payment.
Fret shrugs.
I cannot be involved with the deal with the devil, so if you guys are going to do that, do it before we leave, please.
Fret nods.
Actually, if you can, Fred, see if you can get any information on that silver. Wow. Stumbling over my own tongue even now. See if you can get any information on that silver tunnel. If Whispers happens to know what could have made that, it would be nice to be informed.
Fret nods.
So it sounds like Fred's stepping outside and calling for his patron.
Actually, hold on. Fret will turn to Paint. Hey, Paint.
He looks
Would
at
you
Fred.
be willing? Would you be willing to come with?
Pain sneezes.
Roll the d4.
Oh no!
He explodes with electricity.
Fret like stumbles backwards, falls on his butt, being very startled.
Maybe you should hold off of the sneezing.
Yeah, Fret will scribble out on his chalkboard, "What in the world is with your sneezes lately?"
His ears droop a bit. And he kind of shrugs. He clearly has no idea either.
Last squints at Paint.
Do you want to roll an insight there?
Yes, I do. Where's my die? Nope.
Nope.
Would a knowledge planes, because elemental, by chance, do anything? Maybe
Knowledge planes? On what specifically?
on the elemental outburst thing.
You may.
Oh, okay. Well, that is going to be a knowledge planes of 25.
Bless you.
Wait, so
If you're going to play a trick on a Fae that sneezes a lot, bless you. He's switching elements every time he does this. Somebody must have strengthened his connection to the elements.
Which would be
What, linked
obvious
to
with
his sneezes?
which would be obvious with Rex just suddenly going from fire to air to
which Has Rex been summoned lately, or is he still desummoned?
Bruh.
He's unless
Okay.
I say otherwise, he's around.
Okay.
I'm realizing now that we have the new house, Rex is going to need like a roost or something.
Dude.
But Fret will inquire, where did you get the blessing? That's a
That
lot of power.
sounds like Arabane's doing.
Paint just
But
tilts
he
his
just
head.
gives out blessings.
Apparently so. Now Lost is looking real guilty.
I knew this was coming. I've just been waiting because hilarious.
Shoal squints.
Yeah, Fret head tilts and squints.
You could
Lost.
thank Key for this, by the way. This was the joke I was intending. Should the goal get met? So enjoy. enjoy the trick on the Fae
Lost not saying anything.
till he can figure out how to use it.
Fret just kind of he looks like he's about to scribble something on his chalkboard, and then he just telepathies do explain, do go on, please.
Pardon me as I roll my anxiety die. Let's see. DC plus half level, so. Alright, that's more than 13. So, knowing we were going so close to the dark, and what we might be able to find there, I may have gone to Arabane to ask for a blessing. And like actually making the clearing his throat sound, because he doesn't have a throat to clear. So he's doing that on purpose. Fidgeting his fingers together, tail like wobbling and swishing back and forth. And I asked, and he jumped the gun a little bit, and so I panicked and tried to explain myself. And he decided to just give out another blessing for everyone, presumably. And I tried to tell him, I don't know what you would want, so I can't speak for you. The rest of you need to go to him. And I guess he decided he knew what paint needed when he visited my house the other day.
Fret has a confused look and notes and wait, you're just now telling us what when and how what? Fret looks very confused.
It has
Shoal
been
thinks for a second and then goes, "Did you get distracted by the whole my god coming in to visit thing?"
Yes. And also house and making plans. And I may have forgotten to write it down, so I forgot.
Fret just walks over and gently pats Lost on like one of his pauldrons.
Shoal nods.
It's fine. Last is like bent forward, like slightly hunched because he feels so bad. It's like I have made many mistakes in a row.
It's fine.
Yeah. So I can do this now, and he's going to set foot on a shadow and then just to another shadow nearby.
Shoal goes, oh, that's
Yeah, Fret makes a surprised gasp.
I'm surprised
And-
Shoal hasn't showed off his thing yet.
And just
hoo-hoo.
just swoops his way back to where he was standing. Ugh.
Shoal
It's
is
not-
going to pat over to Fret, give him a bap on the knee, and go, you should go get a boon.
Fret kind of looks contemplative, and then does kind of a shrug, and then a nod.
Paint sneezes agreement.
Roll that d4. Unless you're trying to control it yet. I'll take that as a no.
Electricity again.
Fret does a little hop to the side away from Pain.
If you electrocute me, I'll smack you.
You guys could always go to go to Erebane afterwards. So get this done first. Anyways, Dr. Volt, and I'm pretty sure both Taya and Vari need to think of things.
Yep,
Rebel,
I
yeah.
bet.
Well, yeah, maybe.
I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to keep this quiet. But I'm operating under the assumption that we'll be able to claw our way back from the edge of oblivion just fine, completely unscathed. Everyone will be okay.
Correct.
Because if I don't believe that, then I'm probably going to have a mental breakdown.
Paint is immediately going over to last.
I am okay.
Last is not. Paint does not believe last.
Shoal looks
Last
at
is
Fret.
getting loved on.
Fret,
Oh,
Fret,
Fret
give
kinda
him the happy slap.
Okay. Fret's gonna slap Lost.
Are you going to resist the will thing that's creeping into your brain muscle there, Key? Last.
Anxiety says yes,
Roll a will save.
because of course.
Of course. Well,
That's a
actually,
21.
Jesus Christ.
there's a level 15 druid.
But that is actually a pass.
Dang.
Unfortunately, you're not force calmed emotions or force happied, but you know what it was going to do because there's this brief moment of pure bliss and then it's just gone because you resisted it.
Just very brief smile, and then like, oh, I wish I hadn't.
Aw. Shoal size. Well, we tried.
Paint looks offended.
Don't worry, Paint. You're the only true therapy I need these days. And he pets over Paint's head.
Paint is sprawled across last lap.
Have you tried biting people? That's a pretty good therapy, in my opinion.
That is violence therapy. I save that for the ones that deserve it.
Yeah, so do I. And that's everybody I don't like.
Which is almost everybody.
Correct!
Right, so about that deal with the devil.
Yep.
Yes, moving
so,
on.
Fret, so Paint's coming with.
And you guys step outside into the shadowy fields that welcome people into twilight. And you would call his name.
Well, telepathically, of course.
Yes, of course. And a note or a business card falls out of the world or out of the sky. On one side,
Great,
it's a business card, and on the other side, it says, "Can't right now, devil nonsense, devil quartz. I owe you 1T."
Fred just sighs.
Ah, the devil is scared of entering into a room with a fae.
I like to
No,
believe
he's in Fae Court because he has an illegal coin that was gifted to him.
Yeah.
it's like, I am in possession of this coin because it was gifted to me. I was completely unaware of its illegal nature, but it is currently my possession.
Exactly, and the courts couldn't decide who actually owned it outside of this anyway, so obviously I own it. He's having that argument.
And he's going to win, I'm sure.
He's a devil prince, so he has a higher chance of winning.
Small sidetrack, I like to believe that the back side of the business card, that last sentence is all letters and a number. Like, I owe you 1T.
Yes.
So,
That's some Vari energy, all right.
Sorry, Vari, you put your patron into the court system
That's fine.
for a while.
It's fine.
I was waiting for you to call him next so I could be like, unfortunately.
This number you have reached is currently unavailable.
Yep.
Ha 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 ha.
Still a great gift. He is enjoying the crap out of this, but
Oh yeah, like it.
Probably enjoying how mad everyone else is.
Yes.
Lawful evil people love court.
oh yeah, especially when you're playing the technicality game. But no devil this time, unfortunately.
That's
Okay.
fine.
In which case,
I mean, one can legitimately make the argument that for a devil, a courtroom is like a playground.
A bit. So it seems like it's time to go.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Away we go.
You guys are going to spend the first few days hopping. Dextrel can only jump so many times before he gets absolutely exhausted and needs some time. The first sphere that you guys stop on, you run into those little shadowy bugs again. That get everywhere, of course. But it can't be helped. The second stop that you guys end up, it's actually relatively quiet. The third step that you guys end up on, you see, well, you got 2 people knowledge planes here. Why don't you guys go ahead and roll them really quickly?
Okay. Also, how many days are we talking so far? Just so I can keep track of things.
This will be day number 3. You got one more day before you're going to hit the portal. So after this rest that I'm about to describe, you'll be hitting the entrance to the portal at the edge of the sphere. Or the wormhole, or whatever that is.
31.
So that would be... Sorry, I'm just keeping track of the thing with a calculator. Okay.
As I quickly Google this to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, knowledge planes of A20.
Oh, I almost named the wrong
Wait, hold on.
creature.
Did I? Yeah, Fred's knowledge skills aren't great, but he's
It's
at least
fine.
got a point in it.
Dr. Volk got them. I almost named the wrong creature, so I'm just going to rename these because I don't remember what their actual name is. They're just wisps. They're semi-intelligent creatures that tend to fade in and out of the material plane underneath the right circumstances. They are shadowy creatures, but they're not malicious. they do have a propensity to try and steal or to keep things and bring them with them to the other side. It doesn't work out for them because they cannot do that. So, if you're not attentive when they're around, sometimes they'll pick something out of your pocket and try to run off with it.
Wisps are considered fey, aren't they?
Mm,
Or are
The
they
particular
considered more
creature,
elemental?
the creatures I was trying to think of, I don't remember their actual name, were fey. They were shadow fey or
Oh,
elemental
well,
fey.
Then she'll immediately distrust the fuck out of these.
I was figuring that Shoal's question wasn't whether they were malicious, but whether they were delicious.
Meanwhile, Paint entirely trusts them.
That's your mistake.
Oh no.
How many times do they run off with your stuff before you realize that they're going to continue to try and take your stuff?
Paint doesn't have much stuff. Or at least he didn't used to.
He has quite a bit of stuff right now.
He does. The last time, they might have run off with his stick, but there's plenty of other sticks.
Oh.
One way or the other. This rest goes fine, and you go to one more jump before going through the tunnel, which you guys actually have no idea how this is going to go, because it's still there, and it's still kind of haunting that it is. The moment that you guys get there, it's a lot more clear to those with magical senses that can actually tell that this tunneling thing happened. But I do need everybody to roll perception checks for me here.
All right.
Now,
Let's see. Oh,
below average perception rolls.
Can see shit, Captain.
25.
32.
good lord.
I got a 20 on the die.
16.
14.
I only rolled a
and
9.
Hold on.
I rolled a 1. I think I need a better D20.
Do we need to put it in dice jail?
Oh,
Yeah, that is like the third one I got this session.
Go ahead and put it in the dice jail.
I already
Oh,
have
right over
another
there.
one in there. And it rolled to another 1.
We'll put it in the new
Hilarious.
dice jail over here.
and 25 for Fred.
There we go.
We made another dice jail.
Yep, I got a new one over here. Oh, not that. I'm deleting that. There we go.
Yeah, I
Um,
see that actually. I was like, why did we make a second cage?
I didn't mean to. Those that got a 25 and above, see, Viv, go ahead.
Oh boy.
We shouldn't do that because, I mean, like, we need to plan things out before he goes on ahead.
Oh, no.
No,
No, Viv's got
Yeah, but
something
we-
to read.
but
I
we
guess.
saw-
I
Viv,
get
go
to
ahead.
describe.
Viv gets described.
Yes. So we're sitting at the edge of the sphere, correct?
Yep, they will be at the edge of the sphere.
Cool. Those of us that roll a 25 or above are going to see a something is blocking view of the planet. At least mostly. And
What?
after a moment of adjusting to figure out what you're looking at, that's a creature. That is a very large and quote unquote large in that we are well above colossal sized black creature with a golden mane coming off of it that ends in bright starlight energy. It is eating the planet. And then it stops and turns to look at us.
And I would like to thank you all so much for watching today and being part of the stream.
Eric,
Over
pull
on
up the
my
thing.
side, I did. It was on my stream.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I don't have a thing to put up.
It's
What
in
thing?
game art.
Here.
I tagged you.
Oh. Ah, I see.
You know, like, go look at their streams or something.
It's
Time being,
a
but-
sketch of things.
I want to do some of the other ones. I think the one on the left, Viv, is I'm safe to do, but I don't know who's the artist that did the one on the right.
Same artist.
Oh, then I'm good to do that one because I asked her permission. I don't know if we can share that one with Zim though, without consent.
Either way, there we go.
I got this version as well. I should be OBK because the artist said it'd be fine on my end, but I asked direct permission. So
I didn't describe the entire thing because we can't see all of it.
That sure is a Lovecraftian something.
It sure is.
but
I
yeah,
was able to gather that aspect from the fact that it was eating a.
but one way or the other, thank you all so much for joining tonight. I hope you all enjoyed. Hopefully, you're all going to drink plenty of water out there, take good care of yourselves, and get plenty of rest. This is where we're ending, and I'm going to send my stream over on Twitch's side. Let's see, actually, because I didn't think that far ahead. I should have thought that far ahead, and I didn't. Who do we got? Who do we got? Let's go to Rygon.
And here on my end, at least I assume you're done with your stuff, Era?
Yep, I'm all done.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, picking up packs of cards to stream loots, tipping to the channel directly, or sending a treat through TreatStream. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
And on my end,